Chapter 12:23. 3,000 blood gods' illusions soared into the sky, and the sea of blood surged into the sky. The sea of blood soared and covered the sky. It charged straight at the 7 phoenix carriage. "You're courting death." Immediately, the third prince's subordinates on the 7 phoenix carriage rushed over. They slashed at the blood gods' illusions with their swords and sabers, and some even merged with the heavenly Tao. In an instant, a huge force charged at the blood gods' illusions. Roar! The blood gods' illusions roared and clashed with the third prince's experts fearlessly. Boom! Waves of blood exploded in the sky, and the sea of blood soared into the sky, surrounding the entire 7 phoenix carriage. Countless experts were forced to retreat by the sea of blood's aura. Boom! An ancestral immortal attacked, and the blood god's illusions exploded on the spot. However, when one blood god's illusions exploded, another blood god's illusions were born. The blood god's illusions were only at the ancient immortal level, but not all of the third prince's subordinates were ancestral immortals. Only 4 ancestral immortals and 10 Tao gods controlled the heavenly Tao to fight back. The others were instantly in trouble. 10 blood gods' illusions against 1 ancient immortal. Boom! Ah! Boom! Under the huge impact, many ancient immortals died on the spot. Bastard! The 4 ancestral immortals and 10 Tao gods roared. Boom! 100 blood gods' illusions surrounded 1 Tao god. Explode! The 100 blood gods' illusions shouted. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of blood gods' illusions exploded with a loud bang. The powerful explosion instantly killed a Tao god. The same thing happened in another place. Explode! Boom! The sea of blood soared into the sky, and endless explosions sounded. Screech! Screech! The 7 phoenixes pulling the 7 phoenix chariot immediately let out wails of agony as they were blasted into pieces. The carriage collapsed, and the third prince was immediately exposed. Bastard! The third prince merged with the heavenly Tao. Rumble! The blood god's illusions surrounded the third prince and exploded. The third prince's face was filled with anger, and the heavenly Tao shook. For a moment, the third prince's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators who were originally watching immediately fled in panic. The power of the sea of blood was too terrifying. In the distance, the shaman sage was slightly stunned. He originally thought that it would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that the blood sea would be so violent? In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan gained the absolute upper hand. Almost all of the third crown prince's subordinates had perished. Only the 4 ancestral immortals and the third crown prince, who had merged with the heavenly Tao, barely managed to hold on. Clear sky Tao! Yan Chuan shouted from within the blood sea. Boom! Yan Chuan merged with the azure heavenly Tao and headed towards the group of ancestral immortals. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan appeared in front of the third prince. Third prince? Yan Chuan's face revealed a sinister expression. The green heavenly Tao and the third prince's heavenly Tao collided. Boom! Under the huge collision, the entire blood sea once again set off an even bigger wave of blood, covering the sky and earth. For a moment, the entire sky was enveloped in the blood sea. The countless cultivators in the distance saw a boundless scarlet sea in front of them. The scarlet sea spun wildly, covering everything inside, preventing them from seeing anything inside. They could only feel the violent flowing power of the blood sea. Occasionally, they would see a blood god's sun appear. But inside, it was churning non-stop. Ah, let go of me! The third prince's scream came from within the blood sea. Let go of the third prince! The 4 ancestral immortals shouted. In the distance, the shaman sage, who was originally watching, clenched his fist and stepped out. He released his sage aura, and suddenly, a vast and holy power pressed down on the entire Blood Sea. Boom! The sea of blood suddenly sank under the immense impact, and Yen Chuan, who was inside, was instantly exposed. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan were all heavily injured and retreated. On the peak of another huge wave, Yen Chuan grabbed the 3rd prince's neck with one hand. The 3rd prince could not move at all. Yen Chuan's eyes were filled with a demonic blood-red color. Rumble. In the void, countless plum blossoms fell, suppressing the surging blood sea. Yen Chuan looked at the Shaman sage fiercely. Sage, save me. Save me, Shaman sage. The 3rd prince panicked. Yen Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor and I are old friends. I can't watch his son die in front of me. I'm very sorry. Can you return him to me? The Shaman sage said solemnly. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan were overjoyed. In the distance, the other experts who were escaping also looked at the scene in front of them in shock. No one expected Yen Chuan to be so powerful. The 3rd prince, no, there were 5 ancestral immortals here, along with a group of ancient immortals. Yen Chuan defeated all of them in the blink of an eye. He even held the 3rd prince in the palm of his hand and could kill him at any time. The sage had come out. Although many people were shocked by Yen Chuan's strength, most of them felt pity for Yen Chuan. Who could kill someone the sage wanted to protect? Yen Chuan, however, revealed a sinister smile and said, "When I say I want to kill someone, there has never been anyone who has not died." With that, Yen Chuan's palm suddenly exerted force. Ah! The 3rd prince suddenly screamed in pain. How dare you! The sage roared, and the entire void suddenly twisted violently. A huge pressure descended from the sky towards the entire blood sea. Roar! Roar! 3,000 blood gods' clones soared into the sky, resisting the sage's pressure and roaring towards the sky, resisting the sage's heavenly might. Die! Yen Chuan's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Boom! The 3rd prince's head suddenly exploded. 3rd prince. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan cried out in shock. You! The sage exclaimed. Bam! Yen Chuan casually threw the 3rd prince's corpse into the blood sea. Yen Chuan stepped on the blood sea and coldly looked at the sage in the sky. Sage Shaman, this is between me and the Phoenix clan. You better not interfere. Yen Chuan said coldly. Sage, you must avenge the 3rd prince. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan cried out in grief. In the distance, countless cultivators were stunned. This Yen Chuan was too arrogant, wasn't he? Was he threatening the sage? Countless cultivators felt that their brains were not enough to comprehend. Yen Chuan stepped on the blood sea like a peerless demon god and was not afraid of the sage at all. Why did it look like he was going to fight the sage? The Shaman sage was also angry at this moment. Although his tone was respectful to Yen Chuan, in his heart, the sage looked down on Yen Chuan. This was not his home ground at all, a mere sage king, how dare he be so impudent? The sage was about to fly into a rage. Suddenly, a voice entered the sage's ears. Sage Shaman, I am Shangguan Her. Yen Chuan killing the 3rd prince is within the celestial Thearcha's plan. Please don't interfere. A sudden voice caused the Western Gate sage to stop abruptly. He then took a deep breath and looked at Yen Chuan, who was above the blood sea, in surprise. Shangguan Her's voice. Killing the 3rd prince is within Wu Jiong's plan. For a moment, the Shaman sage felt a chill in his heart. Sage, please avenge the 3rd prince. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan shouted. The sage looked at Yen Chuan below, who was filled with battle intent, and hesitated for a moment. I have already done my best. There is nothing I can do about the 3rd prince's calamity. You should go back. The only thing I can do is to ensure your safety. The shaman sage said in a low voice. Ah! The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan were stunned. Above the blood sea, Yan Chuan saw the change in the sage's attitude and raised his eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sage. The sage's attitude was completely different from before. Yan Chuan looked around. In the distance, on the peak of a mountain, Shangwan who was dressed in a black robe, saw that Yan Chuan was about to look at her. She quickly jumped behind the mountain and hid. Yan Chuan did not find what he wanted and turned to look at the shaman sage. All right, you can take these 4 away. Yan Chuan nodded. Then, Yan Chuan looked at the 4 and said, the 4 of you, listen up. My name is Yan Chuan. I have been in the West Outer Continent recently. If the Phoenix Emperor wants to take revenge, tell him to come find me directly. The 4 Phoenix clan experts' faces stiffened. They did not know how to respond to Yan Chuan's words. Let's go. The sage waved his hand and brought the 4 of them into the distance. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan looked around. Countless experts felt a chill in their hearts and quickly left. After everyone left, Yan Chuan's expression returned to normal. Rumble. As the blood sea disappeared, Yan Chuan removed his super divine ability. Sage Ruler. Bai Qi and the others shouted excitedly. Jin Dayu, check the 3rd prince's corpse and see if there is the fire essence stone of extreme yang that you want. Also, preserve his corpse. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Jin Dayu replied. Just as everyone was talking, rumble. The void suddenly trembled. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked around. Rumble. The void distorted faster and faster. The ground also shook violently. Sage Ruler, this void is about to collapse. Yin Hentian said with a frown. It is not collapsing. Someone is trying to take over the entire void and all the sun fragments. Yan Chuan said with a serious expression. Huh? Everyone raised their eyebrows. Is it the Great Zhou Heavenly Court? Yin Hentian immediately reacted. It must be. Also, the sage's attitude suddenly changed. It seems like someone from the Great Zhou Heavenly Court sent a voice transmission. Yan Chuan said with a cold smile. Ah. Why? Jin Dayu asked doubtfully. There are not many forces in the world that the sage is wary of. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. As Yan Chuan spoke, he looked at the void that was shaking more and more violently. Countless cultivators fled towards the exit in a panic. Sage Ruler. Bai Qi said with a frown. I already got what I wanted. After the metal beasts took it, this place is no longer that attractive to me. No matter what happened earlier, the Great Zhou Heavenly Court did me a favor. Just treat it as returning the favor. Let's go. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. Yan Chuan led the other 3 and quickly flew toward the exit. At this moment, countless cultivators were fleeing in panic outside the shattered Sun Hall. A large number of cultivators immediately gathered in the plaza. What's going on? Why is the space inside shaking? The cultivators discussed. Yan Chuan's group of 4 stepped out. The instant the 4 stepped out, the entire plaza fell silent. The might of the blood sea gave everyone a great shock. Chapter 12:24. In the world of the living, at the border of the western and southern continents. The Phoenix Emperor's territory. Countless phoenixes lived in the Phoenix Emperor's territory. There were fire phoenixes, ice phoenixes, Qingluan, elite guards, and countless other birds. It was the base of the phoenix race. In the center, there was a large hall, the Phoenix Emperor Hall. A large number of guards stood around, and a man in a gray robe walked over quickly. Greetings, Second Prince. The guard said respectfully. The gray-robed man had a serious expression. He frowned, and his eyes were heavy. Is father here? The second prince asked. Come in. A shout came from the hall. The guards immediately moved aside, and the door opened a gap. The gray-robed man quickly stepped in. The hall was rather dim. There was a throne in the north. There was a figure standing beside the throne. He was dressed in a gorgeous red robe, and his golden hair was combed back. His back was facing the second prince, and his face could not be seen. Father, third prince is dead. His life token just shattered. The second prince said with an ugly expression. The Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor did not turn around, but his hands clenched slightly. Third prince is dead. I know. This grudge will be avenged. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to kill the third prince of the Phoenix race is provoking the entire Phoenix race. Humph. The Phoenix Emperor snorted coldly, and the hall rumbled. Father, my condolences. The second prince sighed slightly. I have already sent people to the netherworld to find third prince's soul and prepare to extradite him. No matter what, third prince is dead. Second prince, you will replace third prince and go to the great Zhou dynasty to ask for Mo Yushi's hand in marriage. The Phoenix Emperor said. Ah. Why? The second prince was surprised. The Phoenix Emperor was silent for a while before saying, there's no harm in telling you. Mo Yushi has the inheritance of the Dark Phoenix. She is the master of the Dark Phoenix. Do you know what the master of the Dark Phoenix is? I don't know. That's right. The Netherworld's Phoenix is under her control. She has absolute authority. Moreover, if the dead Phoenix of the living world enters the Netherworld, they are also under her control. Take third prince for example. If Mo Yushi is in the Netherworld and has everything of the Dark Phoenix, she can instantly find third prince. The Phoenix Emperor said. Ah. In other words, what Mo Yushi controls is the Phoenix clan's reincarnation. Phoenix Monarch said solemnly. The Phoenix clan's reincarnation. The second prince's expression changed. That's right. Now you know how important Mo Yushi is. Get her. Phoenix Emperor said. Understood. The second prince replied. Shattered Sun Hall Square. Yan Chuan and his group left. Some Xiuzha entered Broken Sun Hall again. That space disappeared. The sun fragment was taken away by someone. Who? Who took it? Countless experts revealed bewildered looks. Several days later. Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Taiji Palace. In Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong was dressed in a gorgeous dragon robe. With a flick of his sleeves, he sat on the dragon throne. His eyes narrowed as he looked down. There were only two people in the entire Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong and Shangguanwan, her. Celestial Emperor, in order to prevent any accidents, I used the teleportation talisman and returned first. Not only did I bring back the sun fragment, but I also brought back the exploding beasts. Shangguanwan said respectfully. How was your trip? Wu Jiong nodded. Shangguanwan immediately recounted everything. Wu Jiong raised his eyebrows. I did not expect Yan Chuan to grow so quickly and so terrifyingly. At that time, he actually dared to challenge the sage. If I did not send a message to the sage at the right time, the two of them might have really fought. Shangguanwan said. Yan Chuan killed the third prince of the Phoenix clan. Although I planned to lead them to conflict, I did not expect to kill the third prince of the Phoenix clan so quickly. This is good, good. Wu Jiong nodded. Celestial Emperor, I suspect that Yan Chuan might have discovered our plan but willingly jumped in. Shangguanwan said with a frown. Discovered? Of course, he is the first emperor. From the moment you sent him the letter, he might have guessed my plan. Naturally, he would not oppose it. Everyone takes what they need. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and said. Then, what should we do next? Sheng Wanwan said with a frown. Yan Chuan has killed the third prince of the Phoenix clan, which proves that he has guessed the reason. This is good. I think it will not be long before the Phoenix Emperor sends someone to propose marriage. Let Yan Chuan kill. Let him kill as much as he wants. Wu Jiong said with a flash of light in his eyes. Yes. But Princess Taiping. Sheng Wanwan said with a little worry. Taiping. Pass down my order. Do not make things too difficult for Yan Chuan and do not affect my plan. I will punish those who violate my order. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Yes. Sheng Wanwan nodded. Celestial Emperor, this Yan Chuan's cultivation in the sealed realm and his current cultivation, this speed of growth is really. Sheng Wanwan said with a wry smile. He is the first emperor. If he can't do this, I will be suspicious. Go. Have someone collect the sun fragments and extract the ores to refine divine weapons. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Yes. Sheng Wanwan nodded. Shattered Sun Territory. Former Great Jin's residence. Yan Chuan looked at the Pheasant Queen in front of him. Yan Di, I already know everything about the Shattered Sun Palace. Yan Di, you are invincible. The Pheasant Queen said with a wry smile. Invincible? Heh, what do you think, Pheasant Queen? Yan Chuan said lightly. The Pheasant Queen frowned and finally said, Yan Di, I still have a large amount of fire essence stones of the sun. I know that you must have a need for them. I want to use these fire essence stones of the sun to exchange for the primogenitor's fate. Yan Chuan looked at the Pheasant Queen and said with a smile, do you think that the Phoenix Emperor will not pursue the matter if the third prince of the Phoenix clan dies here? The Pheasant Queen raised her eyebrows. But the Great Jin and the Phoenix clan have enmity. The Pheasant Queen said with a frown. You are worried that the Great Jin will be destroyed by the Phoenix clan? Ha 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 ha. Yan Chuan laughed loudly. The Pheasant Queen did not say anything. Clearly, she had admitted it. I have my own reasons for killing the third prince of the Phoenix clan. Of course, I can bear all the consequences of killing him. So what if the Phoenix Emperor comes personally? So what if the entire Phoenix clan comes? Yan Chuan said with a smile. The Pheasant Queen frowned slightly. Pheasant Queen, I can also tell you that the primogenitor's fate of the Pheasant clan is precious to you. I also know how precious it is. I will not give it to an unrelated person. I will only give it to the Great Jin's sovereign beast. You may not be the only one in the Pheasant clan who can use it. Even if I don't give it to you, I can give it to other pheasants. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The Pheasant Queen's expression turned ugly. I think you are biased against the Great Jin. The third prince of the Phoenix clan is dead and the Pheasant clan no longer has the sun fragment to rely on. It is not impossible for the Phoenix clan to destroy your clan. Since the Pheasant clan is going to migrate, why don't you migrate to the outer eastern continent? I will give you a place to live first. You can decide after I return. How about it? Yan Chuan said with a smile. The Pheasant Queen looked at Yan Chuan and finally nodded. All right. Jin Dayu. Yan Chuan called out. Yes, Your Majesty. Jin Dayu replied. You will escort the Pheasant clan to Xianyang. Yan Chuan ordered. Your Majesty. Jin Dayu replied. The Pheasant Queen nodded. After sending off the pheasant, Yan Chuan stepped into the dragon carriage again. This time, only Yin Hentian and Bai Qi followed him. Holy King, where are we going first? Bai Qi asked. To my son's place first. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Roar! Roar! The 4 dragons roared and soared into the sky. Just as the 4 dragons soared into the sky, suddenly, there was a huge tremor in the void. Boom! Above the sky, rosy clouds suddenly circled around. On the ground, auspicious qi soared into the sky. Faintly, heavenly music floated in the air and the heavens and earth became a beautiful scene. This is. Yin Hentian raised his eyebrows. In Yan Chuan's eyes, he saw that there was a sudden surge of energy in the void. Faintly, it formed 3 huge pillars in the distance, connecting the heavens and the earth. Heaven's Way. Another 3 Heaven's Way have been repaired. Yan Chuan said solemnly. There are 97 more Heaven's Way and the heavens and earth will be complete again. Yin Hentian nodded. The heavens and earth will be complete? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes. Yin Hentian's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Yan Chuan sneered and said, "It's just the Heaven's Way." As he spoke, Yan Chuan stepped back into the main hall of the carriage. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian stood guard outside. He commanded the 4 dragons to head towards a direction in the west. Underworld, Myriad Ghost Domain. In a sea outside the domain. Zombie Yan Chuan stepped on the chest of the metal beast. Ding! Zombie Yan Chuan's fingertips pressed against the metal beast's forehead. Rumble! A series of explosions sounded. The metal beast trembled and struggled. Bang! The metal beast's body suddenly trembled and went limp. Your consciousness has finally been destroyed by me. Zombie Yan Chuan sneered. Quang! Zombie Yan Chuan took out a heaven-burying coffin and opened the lid. Inside the heaven-burying coffin, at a glance, there were countless stars revolving around it. As they revolved, one could vaguely see that at the center of the countless stars, there seemed to be a huge eye, suspended in the starry sky inside the coffin. All of my treasures in the great thousand world are stored in the world-suppressing coffin, but no one has discovered it. Metal Beast, you will be in charge of guarding the world-suppressing coffin. Wait for me to nurture your new consciousness. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. He slowly placed the metal beast into the coffin. Swoosh! The metal beast seemed to fall into the starry sky and slowly flew towards the huge eye in the void. It was a golden eye with a golden pupil. The golden eye blinked and looked at the metal beast flying towards it. The metal beast's body was quickly placed into the shape of the Chinese character, by the golden eye's consciousness. The golden eye blinked and slowly closed, disappearing into the starry sky inside the coffin. Chapter 1225. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent. Zhenlong Domain. A huge waterfall flowed down, and there was a huge reef under the waterfall. At this moment, Gigu Zi was sitting cross-legged on the reef. Gigu Zi's eyes were slightly closed, but his face was sweating profusely, as if there was a demonic thought in his mind. Ha 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 ha, Gigu Zi, how arrogant were you back then to be willing to be a subject? Gigu Zi, back in the greater thousand realms, you became Bai Huang's disciple. Bai Ying, who is now Yan Chuan, was nothing. If it weren't for your help back then, how could he become the celestial emperor? Ha ha ha, Gigu Zi, back then Ing called you Mr. and respected you in every way, but now? Back then, you were on equal footing with Ing in the Great Qin, and most of the subjects were your disciples, but now? You're just an ordinary subject, just an ordinary subject. Gigu Zi, when you became Bai Huang's disciple, what was your ambition? You didn't help Ing transcend, but you wanted to transcend yourself. Back then, when Ing died, you were buried with him. Gigu Zi, you're Gigu Zi. Gigu Zi, under Bai Huang's disciple, how much of Bai Huang's legacy did you inherit? You're the strongest under Bai Huang in terms of feng shui and luck. If you could transcend, why did you become Bai Yi's watchdog? Gigu Zi, ha ha ha, I'm back. Gigu Zi was sweating profusely, and he suddenly woke up. Huff. 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 Gigu Zi panted violently. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. At this moment, a figure appeared on the shore not far away. Mr. Gigu Zi. The figure said worriedly. Gigu Zi looked over. Li Si. Gigu Zi frowned. Li Si flew over quickly. He flew to the reef. Li Si's expression was complicated. Mister, there's something that's been weighing on my heart for a long time. I've been investigating it for a long time, but after thinking about it, I still want to tell you. Li Si said in a deep voice. Oh. Guiguzi looked at Li Si. Sir, after the great Qin Empire was buried with the Celestial Emperor, we reincarnated many times. During these reincarnations, I found a great enemy. There was once when I became a fate usurper and made a divination. I was terrified and uneasy, so I left a message for the future. After I recovered the memories of my first life, I always thought that I was overthinking. After all, the appearance of that great enemy was too. Li Si frowned. That great enemy seems to be disrupting the Holy King's recovery of his memories. His shadow can be seen in many eras, Li Si said with a complicated expression. Appearance? Who? Guiguzi seemed to have realized something. Li Si looked at Guiguzi and fell silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, that great enemy looks just like you. Me? Guiguzi raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's why I thought I was overthinking. After all, you wouldn't harm the Holy King. However, I've been tossing and turning in bed many times, but I still couldn't find anything. Moreover, I've been feeling uneasy recently, just like the feeling I had when I was being destroyed during my reincarnation. Sir, you know that I'm extremely sensitive to danger. That's why I came to tell you today. Li Si said with a frown. Guiguzi's expression was complicated. Suddenly, Guiguzi looked up at the sky and fell silent. Ha! Guiguzi smiled bitterly. You escaped in the end. Ha! Li Si was puzzled. Guiguzi shook his head. Then, Guiguzi looked at Li Si with a solemn expression. Prime Minister Li, your feeling is right. I've been feeling uneasy all these years. I can't hide it anymore. Just in case, I'll tell you right away. I hope you listen carefully. Perhaps, this is a great disaster. Guiguzi said with a serious expression. Oh. Li Si's expression changed. The current me is actually not the complete me. I am Guiguzi, but there's also an evil Guiguzi. Guiguzi said in a deep voice. What? In the great thousand realms, my temperament is not like this. Back then, in order to improve my mental state, I cut out the dark elements in my heart, and cut out the dark Guiguzi. Guiguzi frowned. Dark Guiguzi. Yes, he and I were originally one. We shared life, and neither of us could kill the other. However, back then, he wanted to influence me, and at the same time, he had great power. For the sake of the world, I sealed him. Guiguzi said with a frown. Li Si listened patiently. He must have escaped from my seal when we were buried together with the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, he might be even stronger now. I even feel that he's coming for me. Guiguzi's expression became more and more unpleasant. Coming for you? Li Si raised his eyebrows. Yes, he wants to devour me and become even more perfect. Guiguzi said in a deep voice. Li Si's expression became more serious. In the future, if you see me again, remember to be careful. I will report to the Holy King. However, I'm worried that something will happen during this period, so I'm letting you know in advance. No, to prevent any accidents, you should report to the Holy King. Guiguzi said solemnly. Li Si nodded. At this moment, Goe Guzi's pupils suddenly shrank. He's here. Hurry up and leave. Goe Guzi's expression suddenly changed. Li Si turned his head abruptly and saw a black-robed figure standing above the waterfall. Yang Realm, Outer Southern Continent. Shattered Sun Weave. Yan Chuan and his group had already left, but another group of people had arrived at Shattered Sun Weave. In a palace. Gong Yang Xian, Gong Yang Benlei, and a group of Gong Yang family disciples were currently listening to a man report everything that had happened in the Shattered Sun Hall. You may leave. Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Yes. Only the Gong Yang family experts were left in the hall. Old ancestor. This Yan Chuan's strength is not to be underestimated. So he was still hiding something in the past. This Yan Chuan tricked me to death. Gong Yang Benlei said gloomily. Everyone was shocked by Yan Chuan's strength. Fighting 5 ancestral immortals at the same time. And a great victory. If not for the Holy King's intervention, wouldn't all the ancestral immortals be dead? Fortunately. Otherwise, I would have underestimated Yan Chuan again. Gong Yangxian narrowed his eyes. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Gong Yang Benlei asked anxiously. Gong Yangxian said in a deep voice, it's not appropriate for me to appear. This Yan Chuan is too dangerous. Benlei, return to the family immediately and ask for the patriarch's orders. Gong Yang Benlei was confused. To be on the safe side, I need to ask the Holy King for help. Gong Yangxian said coldly. Holy King. Everyone was slightly stunned. Not only that, this time, Yan Chuan has a grudge with the Phoenix family. I will go to the Phoenix Weave and encourage the Phoenix Emperor to take action. Perhaps I will have to do them a favor, but I have no choice. Benlei, go and tell the Patriarch. Gong Yangxian said in a deep voice. Yes. Gong Yang Benlei replied. Yan Chuan has already gone to the outer western continent. The remaining people will be divided into 2 groups. One group will understand Yan Chuan's movements, the other group will go and ask the Holy King and the Phoenix Emperor. Gong Yangxian said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied. Outer Western Continent, roar. Roar. 4 dragons roared as Yan Chuan's 4-dragon chariot flew from the sea into a vast territory. Yan Chuan walked out of the hall and stood on the platform, looking into the distance with Yin Hentian and Bai Qi. Ice Demon Territory? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes. Crown Prince Yen Dong Hen is leading the great Zhou dynasty's army here to expand and accumulate military merits. Yin Hentian said with a smile. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. The Ice Demon Holy Court occupies a part of the Ice Demon Weave. According to the news from the Shattered Sun Hall's eastern faction, the Crown Prince already occupies half of the territory. Holy King, should we go to the Ice Demon Holy Court now or the Crown Prince's place? Yin Hentian asked. Since this is my son's war, there is no need to interfere. Let's go to Dong Pen's place. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. The dragon chariot flew. Yin Hentian followed the news from the eastern faction and headed to the north of the territory. The 4 dragons flying in the sky immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Not long after, they arrived at a central camp. Countless soldiers were patrolling around. The appearance of the 4-dragon chariot immediately alerted them. Stop. Who is it? A large number of soldiers immediately rushed into the sky. At the center of the main hall, a large number of generals stood inside, looking at a man who was talking to a sand table. The man in the lead was dressed in a red robe. He had a handsome face and a heroic spirit in his eyes. There was a faint red line between his eyebrows, just like when Yan Chuan used a super ability. However, the man in front of him did not use a super ability and revealed the red line. The man held a vine in his hand and pointed at the sand table. The vine was a gift from Yan Chuan to Yan Dong En. It was the vine demon, a peerless divine weapon. The man was Yan Dong En. Did you see it clearly? Yan Dong En asked in a deep voice. Yes, Grand Marshal. The group of soldiers shouted respectfully. The soldiers' eyes were full of admiration. It was not because of his status, but because of Yan Dong En's infinite talent. Commander, there is a 4-dragon chariot outside. An unknown person is approaching. A soldier quickly rushed into the main hall. Oh. Yan Dong En was surprised and slowly walked out of the main hall with a group of generals. Outside the main hall, more and more experts gathered. Stop. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? A general raised his sword and shouted. Countless soldiers surrounded the dragon chariot in a military formation. How dare you? Bai Qi shouted angrily. A murderous aura suddenly burst out. The soldiers' faces changed. Fierce tiger army formation, kill. The general shouted. Roar. The group of soldiers shouted loudly. They were about to charge at the dragon chariot. Stop. A loud shout rang out from the main hall in the distance. The group of soldiers who were about to fight in the distance suddenly stopped and turned their heads to look. They saw Yan Dong En and a group of generals standing on the square of the main hall. Commander. The soldiers greeted respectfully. Yan Dong En looked at the dragon chariot in the sky and Yan Chuan on it. Yan Chuan also looked at Yan Dong En below. When father and son met, the atmosphere became extremely quiet. Chapter 12:26. West Outer Continent, Ice Demon Weave. Yan Dong En's main army camp. The dragon carriage floated high in the sky, and the entire army was on guard. Yan Chuan stood on the dragon carriage, looking at Yan Dong En at the entrance of the main hall. Behind Yan Dong En, a group of generals each took out their weapons and stared at the dragon carriage with dignified eyes. Because, on the dragon carriage, Bai Qi's eyes revealed a murderous aura, which made everyone's heart tremble. Who is this person? Who dares to barge into the main army camp? Many soldiers waited for Yan Dong En's order. Yan Dong En's solemn face suddenly revealed a smile that the soldiers could not understand. Father. Yan Dong En's eyes were filled with excitement as he called out. Father. Suddenly, countless generals were at a loss. Father. What's going on? The commander called the person on the dragon carriage father. For a moment, countless generals were stunned. Those soldiers who were holding their weapons and waiting for orders to attack stiffened, and everyone turned their heads. At this moment, Yan Dong En was indeed smiling excitedly. The commander's father. On the dragon carriage, Yan Chuan also smiled. A kind smile flashed in his eyes. Ong! The dragon carriage swooped down. At this moment, no one stopped it. Ice Demon Weave. In a huge city. The city lord's mansion landed on a huge floating island. From the floating island, one could see the entire city. There was a huge open-air bath on the floating island. The sky was dark, and only the moonlight shone down. A large amount of steam rose from the open-air bath, and a group of female guards waited on it. The bath was sprinkled with flower petals. A white figure swam in the bath for a while, and finally leaned against the side of the bath, closed her eyes, and lay on her back, enjoying the moment of comfort. This was a woman with an extremely gentle face, long hair, and incomparably white skin. The woman enjoyed the peace and quiet. Suddenly, a female guard came over. Reporting to the princess. The female guard said respectfully. The woman did not open her eyes, and only responded lazily. Princess, there's news from Yan Dong En. The female guard said softly. Oh. Another victory? The princess did not care. No, someone came to Yen Dongpan's camp. Yen Dongpan called him father. The female attendant explained. Oh. The princess suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright light shot out from her eyes. The waitress was slightly taken aback. Didn't the princess always dislike Yen Dongpan? Why did he have such a huge reaction when he heard Yen Dongpan's father? Are you sure? The princess's eyes lit up. Yes. At that time, Yen Dongpan shouted in front of everyone. The person who came was driving a four-dragon carriage, and there were 2 attendants. The female attendant said solemnly. You came. He really came. Ha ha ha, let me ask you, what does he look like? Does it look good? The princess asked with a hint of excitement. Ah. The waitress was slightly stunned. Was it beautiful? The maid couldn't figure out what the princess was thinking. He may not be as handsome as those in the princess's residence, but he exudes a sense of majesty. Very mature. The waitress said. That's right, that's right. How could those gigolos compare to him? He is a real man. The princess's face showed a trace of excitement. Hua! The princess stood up from the bathtub. The bath water slid down her body, revealing an extremely exquisite and perfect figure. The princess looked at her body with some narcissism and slowly walked to the railing not far away. The female attendant at the side quickly took a gauze dress and put it on the princess. The princess stood on a balcony and looked at the city's lights, then turned to look at the distant south. He's here. I've heard of his deeds since I was young. Men, prepare the carriage. I want to go to the front line's main camp, the princess shouted. Ah! In such a hurry? The female attendant at the side showed a surprised expression. Didn't you hear what I said? The princess glared at her. Yes, the female attendant replied. Ice Demon Territory, Yen Dongpan's main camp, main hall, Yen Commander Hall. Some generals had already left. In the hall, Yin Hentian and Bai Qi stood to the side. Yen Dongpan brought Yen Chuan in front of the sand table. Father, look. This is your son's plan. Your son used a scheme to sow discord. Now that the Ice Demon Holy King has lost his left and right arms, I stirred up public opinion within the Ice Demon Holy Court and used public opinion to create a wave of rebellion. Moreover, these checkpoints already belong to my people. In a few days, we will destroy the Ice Demon Holy Court in one fell swoop. Yen Dongpan told Yen Chuan his plan as if he was presenting a treasure. Beloved Yin, what do you think? Yen Chuan smiled. The Crown Prince is extremely intelligent. His chain of plans is ingenious. Even if I sent troops, it might not be as perfect as the Crown Prince. Yin Hentian smiled. Ha ha ha, since beloved Yin said so, my son's plan is naturally perfect. Yen Chuan laughed. Hearing Yen Chuan's praise, Yen Dongpan's eyes were filled with excitement. You two guard outside. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian replied. Yen Chuan looked at the sand table in front of him and took a deep breath. Dongpan, how is your mother now? At the mention of Mo Yushi, Yen Dongpan's face turned solemn. Father, your son has already used his merits to get my mother out of Tsingfeng Mountain early. However, it seems like my mother is still not favored by the Heavenly Emperor. No, it's the great Zhou imperial family that rejects my mother. My mother has been transferred to a territory in the west. My mother and I have very few chances to see each other. So, your son has been working hard all these years, hoping to use your son's efforts in exchange for a more free life. Yen Dongpan took a deep breath. Yen Chuan patted Yen Dongpan's head and said kindly, you and your mother have suffered all these years. No, mother and I both know that father has been working very hard in the east. Yen Dong and said with a smile. Father has come this time to bring you and your mother back and reunite with our family. Yen Chuan said solemnly. I'm just worried that the Heavenly Emperor will make things difficult for you. Yen Dong En's eyes showed a trace of worry. Don't worry, no one can stop me. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yen Dong En said happily. Just as the father and son were talking, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Princess Taiping has arrived. A loud shout came from outside the hall. Princess Taiping. What is she doing here? Yen Dong En raised his eyebrows. Yen Chuan also turned to look outside the hall. Outside the hall, Princess Taiping was wearing an extremely gorgeous dress. The bottom of the dress dragged on the ground. Behind her was a group of female attendants who were serving her very carefully. Princess Taiping was the princess who was bathing not long ago. At this moment, she was dressed in formal attire and looked extremely beautiful. Countless soldiers in the surroundings looked over, and many of them revealed looks of admiration. Princess Taiping raised her head and walked over step by step, looking beautiful and arrogant. She walked to the outside of the hall. Stop! Bai Qi blocked the entrance of the hall. How dare you? Don't you know Princess Taiping? A female attendant suddenly shouted. Shut up! Princess Taiping shouted. Yes. The female attendant immediately retreated. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up as she looked at Bai Qi. Killing God, Bai Qi? Calm martial ruler? Bai Qi raised his eyebrows. The girl in front of him was very beautiful, but why was her gaze so strange? Let her in. Yen Chuan's voice came from inside the hall. Yes. Bai Qi nodded. Hearing Yen Chuan's voice, Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. She ignored Bai Qi and walked into the hall. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian looked at each other and followed her into the hall. In the hall, Yen Chuan and Yen Dong stood on a sand table and looked outside the hall. Princess Taiping was the first to enter the hall. Once she entered the hall, Princess Taiping immediately stared at Yen Chuan. Princess Taiping kept sizing up Yen Chuan. Looking and looking, Princess Taiping's smile became wider. The female attendants who followed in all looked at Princess Taiping in a daze. This was the first time they saw Princess Taiping reveal such an expression. Yen Dong En's face revealed a trace of disgust as he looked at Princess Taiping. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Princess Taiping greets the first emperor. Princess Taiping smiled and slightly bowed. This bow made the female attendant stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Princess Taiping actually bowed to the man in front of her. It had to be known that Princess Taiping was a domineering person in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. She was the most beloved daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. Other than the Heavenly Emperor, she did not bow to anyone. Even if a saint came to visit, Princess Taiping would not bow to the saint. It could be said that she was the world's favorite. At this moment, she actually bowed to the man in front of her. Some of the female attendants even rubbed their eyes. Princess Taiping. Yen Chuan said with a frown. Just call me Taiping. Princess Taiping looked at Yen Chuan and smiled. There was a strange look in her eyes. That expression, in the eyes of Yin Hentian and the female attendants, was strange. This was because most of them had only seen this expression on some men. It was a pervert's gaze that was filled with desire and strong possessiveness. Princess Taiping, why are you visiting my camp in the middle of the night? Yen Dong En asked with a frown. Princess Taiping looked at Yen Dong En with a trace of disgust in her eyes, but she hid it very well. Marshal Yen, you have worked hard leading the army. I brought some wine to reward the army. I didn't expect to see the first emperor here. Princess Taiping looked at Yen Chuan again. First emperor, since you are new to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, I will be a good host. If you don't mind, I wonder if you can come to my palace tomorrow. I will treat you well. Princess Taiping's eyes flashed a charming smile. Yen Dong-en raised his eyebrows. Not tomorrow. I have just reunited with my son. I don't have time to attend your banquet. Yen Chuan shook his head. Ah, then 10 days later. How about 10 days later? 10 days should be enough. Princess Taiping smiled. Yen Chuan frowned and looked at Princess Taiping. Finally, he nodded and said, all right. I will go to your palace at noon 10 days later. Good. Then I will wait for the first emperor in my palace. Princess Taiping smiled. Yen Chuan nodded. I will take my leave. Princess Taiping said politely. Then, Princess Taiping led everyone out of the hall. Yen Dong-en opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He wanted to remind Yen Chuan to be careful of Princess Taiping, but he couldn't say it in front of his father. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Princess Taiping got on a carriage with excitement in her eyes. The carriage flew back. Princess, are we here just to meet Yen Chuan? One of the maids frowned and asked. Just an invitation. This was not like the princess's style at all. At this moment, Princess Taiping was immersed in excitement. You don't understand. This man is different. I want him. The first emperor. The first emperor? Huh, I didn't expect that I, Taiping, would have the chance to be the first emperor. Princess Taiping said with desire in her eyes. The maids at the side. Chapter 1227. Ice Demon Domain. Yen Martial Palace. Father, this Princess Taiping. Yen Dong-en hesitated. Looking at his son, Yen Chuan smiled. Don't worry, I know what to do. I'm going to the banquet because I want to understand your mother's situation. Yen Dong-en nodded. Your plan for the Ice Demon Holy Court is about to be activated. You must be careful. Don't be careless at any time, because a moment of carelessness can cost you your life. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Father, don't worry. The Ice Demon Holy King is deserted. I'm confident. Yen Dong-en said confidently. Yen Chuan nodded. At the same time. In the southern part of the Ice Demon Domain, there was a snowy city. There were many crystal palaces around the city, and they were unusually beautiful. Endless providence circled around them. This was the capital of the Ice Demon Holy Court, Ice Demon City. In the Ice Demon City, a man with some frost on his body stared coldly at a drill ground. Nearly 10,000 soldiers stood on the drill ground. All of them had hollow eyes, like statues. Greetings, Holy King. The statue-like soldier said stiffly. The Ice Demon Holy King nodded. Slowly, the Ice Demon Holy King walked into a large hall. Everyone, leave. The Ice Demon Holy King said solemnly. Yes. A group of guards quickly left the hall. Clang. As the doors closed, the Ice Demon Holy King's expression turned solemn, and he stood up reverently. Hum. An ice crystal lotus appeared above the Ice Demon Holy King's head. The lotus rotated slowly. Servant Ice Demon greets the lotus goddess. The Ice Demon Holy King said respectfully. The Ice Demon Domain can't hold on much longer. The lotus asked. Yes, but I have 10,000 ice-armored puppets. They should be able to hold Yen Dong-en back for a while. Lotus Goddess, this servant has investigated Yen Dong-en's background. He is Yen Chuan's son. The Ice Demon Holy King said respectfully. Oh. Yen Chuan. The voice from the Ice Crystal Lotus sounded again. Yes, Yen Dong-en. He's an influential figure in Great Zhou. In just a few thousand years, he's won one battle after another. He's already a Marquis of Great Zhou based on his contributions alone. He's extremely intelligent, and his plans are flawless. He's even crafty when it comes to leading troops. None of the civil and military officials of my Ice Demon Holy Court are a match for him. The ice crystal lotus slowly rotated. Yan Chuan. It's his fortune to have such a son. The lotus god's voice was gloomy. Lotus goddess, what should I do now? The Ice Demon Holy King asked worriedly. The ice crystal lotus spun for a while and said, having a son like this is Yan Chuan's fortune, but also his disaster. Ha! Oh, that's right. Lotus goddess, I just received news that someone has come to Yan Chuan's place. It's very likely that it's Yan Chuan. Ice Demon suddenly shouted. Yan Chuan is here too. That's good, it couldn't be better. The Lotus Goddess's voice was strange. From this day onwards, the Ice Demon Holy Court was suddenly unable to withstand a single blow. Under Yen Dongin's arrangements, they were victorious all the way. Sometimes, it was even too smooth. Reporting. The Third Army has sent news of victory. The 8 left counties have surrendered to our army. Reporting. The First Army has sent news of victory. The upper 9 counties are in chaos. The 9 city lords have been killed. The dragons have no leader. The cities have opened their doors to our army. Reporting. The Sixth Army has sent news of victory. The Prime Minister of the Ice Demon Holy Court has surrendered to our army. Battle reports came in one after another. Under Yen Dongin's arrangements, they won every battle. Good. Yen Dongin shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day deadline was almost up. Princess Taiping had specially sent a maid to fetch Yan Chuan. Bai Qi, Yin Hentian, stay with Yen Dongin for the time being. Wait for me to return. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The two replied. After giving some instructions, Yan Chuan boarded the 4-dragon carriage and followed the maids to Princess Taiping's palace. Yen Dongin watched his father leave. He turned to look at Bai Qi and Yin Hentian. The two of you, the front line is now filled with news of victory. Come with me to the front line and watch me flatten the Ice Demon Holy Court. What do you think? Bai Qi and Yin Hentian smiled. Okay. Gather the troops and set off. Yen Dongin shouted. Roar. The army roared, and Yen Dongin's central army advanced south. Princess Taiping's temporary imperial residence was located in a city. Yan Chuan and his party had not yet arrived, but a messenger came to Princess Taiping's residence. Princess, this is a letter from Lord Shengguan. The messenger said respectfully. Princess Taiping took the letter and read it. As she watched, Princess Taiping frowned. Mother Empress asked me not to make things difficult for Yan Chuan. How am I making things difficult for him? Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with impatience. Princess, Lord Shengguan asked me to pass a message to you. The messenger said again. Oh. What did Shengguan want her say? Princess Taiping said in a low voice. Lord Shengguan said, Yan Chuan is extraordinary, don't underestimate him. You'd better put away your little thoughts, don't ruin Sky Emperor's plan. Also, Yan Chuan is not comparable to those in your residence, be careful not to play with fire. The messenger said. Play with fire? Humph, how did you treat me back then? Humph, I just want to play, so what? Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with impatience. The messenger did not dare to say anything. Get lost. Princess Taiping said coldly. Yes. The messenger retreated at once. Princess Taiping looked at the letter in her hand. Rip. 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 In the blink of an eye, the letter was torn into pieces. Humph. Princess Taiping snorted coldly. When Yan Chuan's dragon carriage arrived, it was already noon. The dragon carriage landed in the city. A group of maids respectfully said, "Yan Di, the princess is waiting on the floating island. It's not convenient for us to go up. Yan Di, please." Yan Chuan frowned slightly and finally nodded. The dragon carriage was placed below the floating island. Yan Chuan stepped onto the floating island. On the floating island, there was a huge palace complex. At the entrance of the main palace, two maids respectfully said, "Yan Di, the princess is waiting in the backyard. Please." The two maids pointed the way for Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan nodded and stepped in. However, the maids did not follow. Yan Chuan felt a little strange, but he still walked to the backyard. In the backyard, there was a huge screen. On the screen, there were a few women's undergarments. Walala. Behind the screen, there was the sound of water splashing. Yan Chuan frowned slightly. "Princess Taiping." Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. "Ah, it's already noon. First Emperor, you are here. Wait for me, I will be done soon." Princess Taiping's charming voice came from the inside. Yan Chuan's face darkened slightly. "Aya, my clothes. First Emperor, can you pass me my clothes? They are on the screen. I forgot to take them." Princess Taiping's voice came again. "Clothes?" Yan Chuan looked at the undergarments on the screen and sneered. Grabbing the undergarments on the screen, Yan Chuan slowly stepped in. In the backyard, there was a huge balcony bathtub. In the bathtub, there was a faint mist and flower petals. Princess Taiping was soaking in the bathtub. Her white skin and beautiful figure were faintly discernible in the mist. It was extremely tempting. If an ordinary person saw it, they would have a headache. However, Yan Chuan's eyes were still clear. It was not that Yan Chuan did not like beautiful women. It was mainly because Yan Chuan's state of mind was no longer in the realm of the flesh. If he was in need of sex, with Yan Chuan's status, how could he not find a beautiful concubine? Of course, in the face of this situation, Yan Chuan did not have any stage fright. Grabbing the undergarments, he slowly walked to the side of the bath. When he got closer, he could see the beauty in the bath more clearly. Princess Taiping was even more seductive. Her eyes were watery, and she looked as if she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. Yan Chuan smiled and passed the undergarments. He glanced at Princess Taiping's body. "Thank you, First Emperor," Princess Taiping said with a shy face. When she took the undergarments, Princess Taiping's slender fingers drew a line on Yan Chuan's palm. It was as if she was hinting at Yan Chuan. However, Yan Chuan smiled and said, "Princess Taiping, you invited me here just to let me see your bath picture." Princess Taiping said softly, "It is my wish to be noticed by First Emperor." "First Emperor, you have worked hard. Do you want to enter the bath to relieve your tiredness?" After handing over the underwear, Yan Chuan stood up straight and smiled, "There's no need for that. However, Princess Taiping wanted me to look at the bath picture. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll just sit here and admire it." As he spoke, Yan Chuan walked to the side of a stone table. Slowly sitting down, Yan Chuan poured himself a cup of green tea by the side. While drinking the tea, he looked at Princess Taiping who was frozen in the bath. Yan Chuan was not moved by her beauty. Sitting there and enjoying it. Princess Taiping suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. She once disguised herself as a woman and entered a brothel. She saw some noble young masters and spent money to see some brothel girls. So similar. That attitude of looking at a woman as a plaything. Brothel girls. And I don't even need to spend money. Princess Taiping had never been looked down upon like this before. She immediately lost her patience and was furious. Bang! With a slap on the water suddenly erupted and covered everything. A few pieces of undergarments were instantly put on Princess Taiping's body. The speed was so fast that it disappeared in a flash. Walala! When the water fell, Princess Taiping was already standing beside the pool in her gorgeous clothes. What a pity. It's too fast. Yan Chuan smiled. Princess Taiping was annoyed, but she immediately suppressed the anger in her heart and smiled, "First Emperor, please don't laugh at me. As long as Princess Taiping likes it." Yan Chuan smiled. Like it? Princess Taiping was already suppressing the anger in her heart because of her failed seduction. "It's my honor to have First Emperor here. I have already asked all the servants to leave. This terrace overlooks the entire city. The scenery is quite good. Let me entertain First Emperor here." Princess Taiping smiled and said. "Please." Yan Chuan nodded. Princess Taiping walked to the side of Yan Chuan's stone table. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of delicacies appeared on the stone table. "This is the beauty brew that I brewed personally. First Emperor, you must taste it." Princess Taiping poured a cup of wine for Yan Chuan. Chapter 12:28. "This is the beauty brew that I brewed myself. First Emperor, you must taste it." Princess Taiping poured a cup of wine for Yan Chuan. "Okay." Yan Chuan nodded. "First Emperor, I was rude just now. Take it as my apology. Come, please drink this cup. Don't bicker with a little girl like me." Princess Taiping approached him again. She brought the wine to Yan Chuan's mouth, her eyes revealing a trace of mesmerizing charm. Yan Chuan looked at Princess Taiping with a frown. Seeing Yan Chuan frown, Princess Taiping seemed to be more excited. She touched Yan Chuan's chest and was about to sit in Yan Chuan's arms. "First Emperor, please drink this cup," Princess Taiping said charmingly. Yan Chuan did not let Princess Taiping feed him. Instead, he took the cup with one hand and held Princess Taiping's arm with the other hand. He gently led Princess Taiping to sit on a stone chair. Princess Taiping's expression changed. "Please." Yan Chuan brought the wine to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. After drinking it, Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. At this moment, Princess Taiping was not as enthusiastic as before. "First Emperor, do you think I'm beautiful?" Princess Taiping said with a smile. "So what if you're beautiful or not? Princess Taiping, you care too much about your appearance. With your current cultivation, it's not difficult for you to change your appearance." Yan Chuan said with a smile. "No, this is my original appearance." Princess Taiping said with a frown. Yan Chuan said with a smile, "Princess, you didn't invite me here just to drink wine. What do you think?" Princess Taiping said with a smile. "What do I think? Is it important?" "It's not important. I want to know what Wu Jiong wants from my wife." Yan Chuan said with a solemn expression. "Mo Yushi? Her again? Humph, she is just a gigolo's daughter." When Princess Taiping heard Mo Yushi's name, she immediately became irritated. "Although you're right, do you think you're better than my wife? If he could, why would he fly into a rage out of humiliation?" Yan Chuan smiled faintly. "I can't beat her. Ha ha ha, in the great Zhou dynasty, other than my mother, who is more honorable than me? Even in the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty, all the princes and grandsons, which one of them doesn't act according to my wishes? I can't compete with her." Princess Taiping suddenly cried out. "You know best in your heart whether I can compete with her or not. At least my wife has something that you are jealous of that you don't have." Yan Chuan shook his head. "Jealous? Why would I be jealous? How could I be jealous?" Princess Taiping suddenly jumped up with a trace of blood in her eyes. After saying that, Princess Taiping took the wine beside her and drank it. "I don't know what you've experienced, but I can roughly guess. You're jealous of my wife not because of her status, but because of what she has. What does she have? For a princess of the heavenly court, it can be said that she has everything in the world. What you can be jealous of is only in the aspect of emotions. Yan Chuan analyzed in a deep voice. Emotions? Ha ha ha, I don't need emotions. I have everything. Princess Taiping said in a deep voice. However, she drank another cup of wine. Everything? Really? Yan Chuan revealed a trace of a smile. I said, I have everything. Is Mo Yushi so precious? Let you fight against the pressure of the entire heavenly court for her. You actually want to fight against the entire great Zhou dynasty for her. Princess Taiping's emotions were unstable as she said. Looking at Yan Chuan, Princess Taiping's eyes were filled with deep jealousy. She did not take the wine cup off her hand. In this emotional situation, the stimulation of alcohol seemed to make Princess Taiping even more arrogant. Although she was not drunk, she was as unscrupulous as if she was drunk. However, Princess Taiping was more sober than when she was drunk, but more irritable. She's worth it. Princess Taiping, I've roughly guessed Wu Zhao's plan. You can tell her that I'll do it. Moreover, I'll definitely take Mo Yushi away. No one can stop me, not even Wu Zhao. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Pass a message to Mother Empress. Ha ha ha, Mo Yushi. Why can she, the daughter of a gigolo, have everything? She's trapped at Xingfeng Mountain, she's exiled to the west. But at least, she has someone to wait for, hate, think about, and resent. Why does she have everything, but I? Princess Taiping suddenly cried out in sorrow. What's wrong with you? Yan Chuan was puzzled. She has someone to wait for, hate, think about, and resent. But my husband was killed by Mother Empress. I held my son and knelt in front of the palace, begging, but I was mercilessly rejected. From then on, I knew that without power, you can't have anything. Princess Taiping's face changed from sorrow to ferocity. Do you know? My position today is not only because of Mother Empress's favor, but also because I wanted her to feel guilty. I strangled my son to death with my own hands. At that time, my son already knew how to call mother. I strangled him to death, just like she did back then. Ha ha ha, without Xue Xiao, the previous Taiping is also dead. I'm the new Taiping. I want to be like Mother Empress. Princess Taiping shouted crazily as she drank. Yan Chuan frowned. Didn't you ask Mother Empress what she wants? She wants the whole world. Can you give it to her? Ha ha ha. Princess Taiping laughed wildly. The whole world? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Princess Taiping, you are drunk. Yan Chuan shook his head. I'm not drunk. What's my cultivation? Can this little wine make me drunk? Princess Taiping shook her head. I know. This wine can't make your head drunk, but it can make your heart drunk. The past is gone, and the sea of bitterness is boundless. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Humph, the sea of bitterness is boundless. I said, I'm not the Taiping of the past. Not only do I want to be like Mother Empress, I want to surpass her. You, Emperor Shi Huang. Ha ha ha, I'm here today to lure you here. Don't leave today. Serve me in bed. Ha ha ha. Princess Taiping laughed. Princess Taiping was about to pounce on Yan Chuan as she spoke. Yan Chuan waved his hand and pushed Princess Taiping away immediately. Yan Chuan's face turned cold. Humph, I'm not interested in your affairs. But if you continue to be presumptuous, don't blame me for falling out with you. I won't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Tender feelings for the fairer sex. Do you think I'm fragrant jade? Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Only when I have sex with you will I feel that I'm great. At least, I've done more glorious things than Mother Empress. It's useless for you to struggle. Do you know what you drank just now? Beauty brew. No, that's not beauty brew. It's acacia water. Just one drop is enough to make an ancestral immortal. What's more, that wasn't just one drop. Huh, even a sage wouldn't be able to withstand it. Acacia water isn't poison, but it can arouse your lust. Ha ha ha. Princess Taiping laughed. Aphrodisiac? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, whatever you say. Come, you won't lose out. I'm the first princess of the heavenly court. You can be considered to have boundless luck with women. Come, no one can run away from me. Come, let me help you take off your clothes. Ha ha ha. Princess Taiping pounced on Yan Chuan. Pa! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Princess Taiping froze on the spot. A palm print appeared on her face. Yan Chuan slapped Princess Taiping's face. I said, I won't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Yan Chuan said coldly. Puff. Yan Chuan suddenly spat out a cup of wine. The wine was spat on the ground. It was suffused with a scarlet color. Princess Taiping covered her face and raised her head. Her original charm was gone. She just stared at Yan Chuan. There was a great sense of shame and anger in her eyes. You didn't drink? Princess Taiping said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan didn't explain. Instead, he said indifferently, think about Xue Xiao, think about your son who called mother. Princess Taiping's face suddenly became gloomy. Do you have everything? I think you have nothing. You lost everything. You even lost yourself. No wonder you are jealous of my wife, the first princess of the heavenly court. Ha ha ha, you don't even deserve to carry my wife's shoes. Yan Chuan said indifferently. You, I hate you. Princess Taiping said with hatred in her eyes. Hate. There are many people who hate me. Yan Chuan said with a trace of disdain. Well, I know. I can't get anything from you. I also got what I wanted to know. Thank you for your hospitality. Princess Taiping, let me give you one last piece of advice. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Princess Taiping stared at Yan Chuan. Her eyes were burning with anger. If you don't respect yourself, how can others respect you? If you don't love yourself, how can others love you? Without yourself, you can only play to the gallery. You can only be a clown. Study Wu Zhao carefully. See if you are really like her. Don't try to paint a tiger but end up looking like a dog. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. After saying that, Yan Chuan stepped out of the floating island. At this moment, Princess Taiping didn't stop him. Instead, she covered the palm print on her face and looked at Yan Chuan with hatred. Roar! 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 The dragon carriage pulled Yan Chuan up slowly and flew out of the city, towards the south. Not long after the dragon carriage flew, a figure suddenly flew towards them from the south. Sage King, Sage King! The figure shouted anxiously. Roar! 4 dragons and 1 dragon stopped. Yan Chuan frowned and looked at the person flying towards them. Yin Hentian, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to follow Dongyan? Sage King, Lotus God, Ice Demon Sage King has Lotus God's help. The 1,000 Lotus Array is open and the Crown Prince is in prison. Bai Qi opened a crack and asked me to come back to report. Quickly! Yin Hentian shouted anxiously. Lotus God! Yan Chuan's face changed. Lead the way. Yan Chuan immediately flew up and grabbed Yin Hentian and flew towards the south. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the dragon carriage. Roar! Roar! The 4 dragons roared and pulled the carriage to chase after them. However, Yan Chuan's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1229. Ding! Yan Chuan brought Yin Hentian along as he sped through the air. His terrifying speed created an ear-piercing sound of metal breaking through the air. Saint King, we were supposed to follow the Crown Prince to the front lines. However, who would have thought that the ice demon Saint King would come for the final battle? Yin Hentian quickly explained. And then? Yan Chuan tried to understand the situation as he shot. The Crown Prince wanted to fight the ice demon Holy King alone. Bai Qi and I accompanied him. However, during the battle, an ice crystal lotus suddenly appeared above the ice demon Holy King's head. When the lotus appeared, Bai Qi and I knew something was wrong. However, it was too late. Yin Hentian said bitterly. It was the lotus god. The ice demon Saint King had grown another pair of arms. Around him, there were tens of thousands of demonic puppets. They quickly set up 1,000 lotus formation to isolate the outside from the outside. Bai Qi used all his strength to cut open a gap and pushed me out. He told me to report this to the Saint King. Yin Hentian said bitterly. You did the right thing. The lotus god is now in the ice demon Saint King's body. It cannot be compared to the mortals in the sealed world. Yan Chuan nodded. Although Yan Chuan was very worried, he was extremely calm. He reached his fastest speed. Not long after, he arrived at the battlefield of the 1,000 Lotus Formation. A vast plain was now covered in ice and snow. Crystal clear ice lotuses bloomed on the ground. The lotuses bloomed, releasing endless cold air. In the center of the plain, there were countless soldiers. The soldiers of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court and the Ice Demon Saint Court were fighting each other. There were also countless generals attacking a huge lotus mountain. It was called a lotus mountain because it was a mountain-shaped formation made up of millions of ice lotuses. Roar! Everyone, attack! Save the commander! Break! Break for me! Rumble! Countless weapons and magical treasures attacked the 1,000 Lotus Formation. The lotuses were destroyed one by one. However, the ice lotuses seemed to be endless. After one was destroyed, a new one was born. Saint King, it's here. It's the 1,000 Lotus Formation. The Crown Prince and Bai Qi are trapped inside. Yin Hentian shouted. Boom! Yan Chuan and Yin Hentian stopped abruptly as a gust of wind swept up. Instantly, countless experts saw Yan Chuan and Yin Hentian. Yan Chuan glared as a sea of blood suddenly surged out from his body. Who? In the blink of an eye, a sea of blood covered the sky. Under the control of Yan Chuan, the boundless sea of blood descended from the sky like a heavenly river, rushing towards the myriad Lotus Grand Formation. Boom! The sea of blood poured down, and the space around it tremored violently under its boundless power. The myriad Lotus Formation also began to warp violently. Countless ice lotuses exploded, but the Great Formation was still a bit away from collapsing. World suppression! Yan Chuan shouted again. The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky. Hong! With a loud bang, the surrounding experts were sent flying by the aftershock of the collision. With a loud bang, the 10,000 lotuses formation shattered like an ice shield, instantly exploding in all directions. Ah! Ah! Countless soldiers were injured by the fragments of the formation. In the blink of an eye, the battle stopped. Yan Chuan retracted the sea of blood and looked towards the center. The myriad lotus formation was broken, and within it was a huge ice surface. Instantly, thousands of puppets fell on the ice surface. At the center, a huge seven-colored lotus covered Bai Qi. The seven-colored lotus shone brightly, forming a huge light shield that prevented Bai Qi from escaping. Above the seven-colored lotus, a man in a dragon robe was controlling it. Roar! Bai Qi roared as he blocked the seven-colored lotus with his saber. As for the man in the dragon robe, he had 4 arms and an ice lotus floated above his head. What a ferocious fellow! Even Lotus God's treasure can't suppress you. The man in the dragon robe said with a dark expression. Not far from the 7-colored lotus, there was a billowing black aura. Within the black aura, a figure stood. It was Yen Dongan. Yen Dongan stood amidst the black chi. Vaguely, a black lotus was floating in front of his chest. After Yen Chuan broke the myriad lotus formation, the people inside immediately discovered Yen Chuan. Countless puppets crawled up and quickly rushed towards Yen Chuan. Whoosh! From Yen Chuan's sleeves, 3 long swords shot out. The Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God's sword appeared. Once the 3 swords appeared, billions of sword chi emerged from the ground and shot towards the puppets. Sacred King, don't worry about me. Save the Crown Prince first. Under the 7-colored lotus, Bai Chi howled. In the distance, Ice Devil's Sacred King, who was wearing a dragon robe, suddenly looked towards Yen Chuan. Ha 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 ha, Yen Chuan. You came at the right time. Bai Chi, Yen Dongan, who are you saving? The ice crystal lotus suddenly let out a cold laugh. Rumble. Within the ice crystal lotus, boundless power suddenly surged towards Ice Devil's Sacred King. Roar. Ice Devil's Sacred King roared, and 2 more arms appeared from under his armpits. Ice Devil Sacred King's power suddenly increased by several times. The huge power suddenly activated the 7-colored lotus, causing Bai Chi's body to sink. Large amounts of cracks appeared on Bai Chi's huge knife. It was as if Bai Chi would be crushed if he wasn't careful. Green Heavenly Tao. Torrential Blood Sea. Yen Chuan shouted. His long hair suddenly turned blood-red again, reaching his waist. The boundless blood sea quickly rushed towards Ice Devil Sacred King. Boom! The blood sea crashed into Ice Devil Sacred King, who revealed a cold smile. However, at that moment, Ice Devil's Sacred King discovered that close to 1,000 blood gods like Yen Chuan had suddenly appeared around him. Explode! Hong! 1,000 blood gods exploded at the same time. In an instant, the blood sea exploded. At the location of the explosion, the void was violently distorted, and large amounts of cracks even appeared. Boom! Ice Devil's Sacred King was blown apart. Open! Bai Chi shouted angrily. Boom! A saber soared into the sky and chopped the huge 7-colored lotus flower in half. Bai Chi escaped. Yen Chuan rescued Bai Chi and instantly rushed towards Yen Dong-en. From far away, he sent a palm towards the black aura surrounding Yen Dong-en. Boom! The black aura suddenly exploded. However, the black lotus on Yen Dong-en's chest suddenly burrowed into Yen Dong-en's body. Ah! Yen Dong-en cried out in pain. Dong-en. Yen Chuan's expression changed as he rushed over. Just as Yen Chuan was about to reach Yen Dong-en suddenly sent a fist towards Yen Chuan. Boom! The huge fist came, causing Yen Chuan's body to stop slightly. However, Yen Dong-en stepped into the sky and dodged Yen Chuan's attack. In an instant, he was in front of Ice Devil's Sacred King. Dong-en. Yen Chuan's expression darkened. Ha 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 ha. Lotus Goddess's voice came from the ice lotus. Yen Chuan, do you know? Everything could have ended long ago. I deliberately delayed it until now. I deliberately waited for you to come. I wanted you to choose between saving Bai Chi or saving Yen Dong-en. Unfortunately, you chose Bai Chi. This is your own choice. You can't blame others. Lotus Goddess's voice came. Yen Chuan stared at Yen Dong-en who was in the sky. At this moment, Yen Dong-en's face was covered in black aura. Moreover, he was unwilling to return to Yen Chuan's side. Yen Dong-en twitched and twitched, but his strength seemed to be increasing rapidly. Lotus Goddess, what did you do to my son? Yen Chuan shouted angrily. You will know what I did soon. Lotus Goddess's voice came. In the sky, the black aura around Yen Dong-en disappeared. Then, his face turned pale. The pain disappeared and was replaced by calmness. At this moment, Yen Dong-en no longer looked at Yen Chuan with the respect of a father. Instead, he looked at Yen Chuan coldly. This subordinate greets the lotus god. Yen Dong-en suddenly looked at the ice lotus with a respectful expression. Wow! Countless soldiers looked at the sky in shock. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian were even more shocked. What? Lotus goddess? Or a subordinate? Yen Dong-en called himself subordinate to Lotus Goddess. Yen Chuan's pupils shrank. Ha ha ha, Yen Chuan, have you guessed it? Lotus Goddess's voice came again. Mind control. It was ranked third in the Great Thousand World. Mind control. Yen Chuan muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with anger. Mind control. Lotus Goddess, you want to control my son? Yen Chuan's eyes were cold. Ha ha, that's right. I left the only black lotus sealed with the mind control mystique in this realm. I used it on Yen Dong-en. Mind control mystique doesn't turn him into a puppet. He's still him, but he doesn't have any emotions. He only has reason, the purest reason, and loyalty to me. The lotus god's voice sounded again. Yen Dong-en looked at Yen Chuan and sneered. He then looked at the ice lotus and said, Lotus goddess, I think the name Yen Dong-en is too unpleasant. I want to change it. Oh. What name do you want to change? Lotus goddess was surprised. I have the Dark Phoenix bloodline and the Blood Sea ability. I want to change my name to Nether King. Yen Dong-en said solemnly. Nether King. Ha ha ha, good, you will be called Nether King. Lotus Goddess said with satisfaction. Nether King, I sealed some of the power in the Black Lotus. What do you think now? Lotus Goddess asked again. Ka 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 ka. Nether King, who had just changed his name, twisted his body. His bones cracked. He twisted his head and looked up at the sky. A huge aura rushed into the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, countless tribulation clouds covered the sky. Ancestral immortal tribulation. The Crown Prince is going to undergo the ancestral immortal tribulation. That's not right. Shouldn't he be killing an ancestral immortal? Yin Hentian said anxiously. That is the power of Lotus Goddess. She has already transcended. The blood-bathing curse is useless against her. Yen Chuan said with an ugly expression. Nether King looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and suddenly struck toward the sky. A huge black palm print rushed into the sky. Boom! The tribulation clouds exploded. In an instant, it exploded into pieces. Nether King suddenly emitted an oppressive aura. Rumble. His body trembled again. The aura around Nether King grew stronger. Whoosh! Suddenly, Nether King's body merged with the heavenly Tao. A pitch-black heavenly Tao appeared. Lotus Goddess, I have completely refined it. Your power is indeed perfect. I am already at the fourth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Nether King twisted his head and smiled. Good, Nether King. Your physique is better than I thought. Fourth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Ha, now, I will give you your first order. Lotus Goddess' voice sounded again. Lotus Goddess, please speak. Nether King said. Kill Yen Chuan for me. Lotus God said in a low voice. Chapter 1230. Kill Yen Chuan for me. Lotus God said solemnly. Not far away, Yan Chuan's pupils constricted. Lotus God's evil plan. Yes. King Ming replied. In the sky, Ice Devil Saint King sneered. Father and son fighting? Huh, interesting. Kaboom. On the other side, thousands of Ice Devil puppets were killed by the three swords of Emperor D, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor. Whoosh! The three divine swords quickly turned into human forms and came before Yan Chuan. King Ming stepped out, looking like he was going to fight with Yan Chuan. Saint King, I deserve to die for causing the crown prince to suffer. Bai Qi said with regret. It's not your fault. Lotus God was waiting for this moment. He would have appeared sooner or later. Yan Chuan shook his head. However, Bai Qi still looked like he was blaming himself. Father. Lotus God asked me to kill you. Come out and accept your death. King Ming laughed. Saint King. Bai Qi frowned. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, I will deal with my son's matter. Bai Qi, Emperor D, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor, you are in charge of killing Ice Devil Saint King. Yes. The four of them replied. Kill. Bai Qi grabbed his knife and slashed at Six Arms Ice Devil with great hatred. At this moment, Bai Qi was filled with self-blame for the Crown Prince's calamity. He was filled with hatred for Ice Devil Saint King. He wanted to vent his anger on Ice Devil. The three Emperor swords obeyed the order and charged forward. The Nether King took a step forward and arrived not far away from Yan Chuan. He sneered. Father. You taught me everything, but I am different from you. Let's see what it means to be the pupil surpassing the master. King Ming laughed. His eyes were filled with confidence. Yan Chuan looked at King Ming and frowned. Finally, he nodded and said, all right, let's see how much my son has learned. Yan Chuan twisted his hair. Whoosh! His blood-red hair suddenly grew longer, and a sea of blood appeared beneath Yan Chuan's feet. The sea of blood surged. Bang! A wave of blood soared into the sky and immediately rushed to Yan Chuan's feet. Yan Chuan's eyes were red. He stood on the blood wave and looked at his son with a gloomy face. There was a red line between Yan Chuan's eyebrows. The Nether King originally had a red line between his eyebrows, but now, it had turned pitch black. The Deep Sea King looked at Yan Chuan and sneered, my reason tells me that I shouldn't compete with you in terms of individual strength. But since the Lotus Goddess has spoken, I can only do this. I already said that I am different from before. Just now, I fused the Dark Phoenix bloodline with your Blood Seed divine ability. As he spoke, Hell King's long hair began to grow longer and longer. Just like Yan Chuan's blood hair, his hair reached his waist. His surroundings were not like Yan Chuan's blood fog. Instead, it was filled with black fog. Boom! A sea of blood suddenly appeared on the ground below. The sea of blood was like Yan Chuan's sea of blood. A wave of blood soared into the sky and rushed to the Nether King's feet. However, very quickly, the Nether King's sea of blood started to change. The original red color of the sea of blood slowly turned dark red. Gradually, the Nether King's sea of blood turned black. The sea of blood became darker and darker. Gradually, it turned into a black sea. Boom! The sea of blood and the black sea collided violently. The two seas faced each other in the north and south. Countless soldiers had already retreated far away. Een Hentian had also reached the peak of a mountain far away. He looked at the battle between the father and son with an ugly expression. Boom! On the other side, Bai Qi and the other three were fighting against the Six Arms Ice Demon. Although the Six Arms Ice Demon had a large amount of energy from the Lotus Goddess, Bai Qi and the others were also fighting fiercely. Roar! The Ice Demon roared. Kill! The four of them shouted as they raised their weapons. Above the sea of blood and the Black Sea, the father and son faced each other. Black Sea, howl. The Nether King shouted. Rumble. The rolling Black Sea suddenly rushed towards the Blood Sea, as if it wanted to dye the Blood Sea black. Rise. Yen Chuan shouted. Boom. The Blood Sea surged and charged towards the Black Sea. Huff. 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 Suddenly, blood gods' illusions appeared on the blood waves at the very front. There were also blood gods' illusions at the very front. They were all pitch black and black gods' illusions charged out. The Blood Sea and the Black Sea collided violently. Blood God and Black Shensi instantly clashed. Rumble. Blood God Sun and Black God Sun fought against each other. Above the blood and black waves, the father and son also charged at each other. The Nether King punched out, forming a gigantic black fist above the Black Sea, rushing towards Yen Chuan. Wherever it passed, the void trembled. Yen Chuan's face darkened as he stretched out his palm. A blood-red energy palm met the attack. Boom! The blood-red energy palm caught the black fist. The Nether King's face darkened. He waved his hand. Suddenly, flood dragons swam in the Black Sea. Waves rose from the bottom of the Black Sea and charged towards the Scarlet Sea. It was like 10,000 dragons rushing towards Yen Chuan's Blood Sea. This is... Yen Chuan's face darkened. Bang! The dragon-like figure from the bottom of the sea suddenly rushed out of the sea and wrapped around Yen Chuan. Whoosh! In an instant, they wrapped around Yen Chuan. They were not flood dragons, but massive vines. The massive vines contained a terrifying power, and in the blink of an eye, they tore apart the waves of blood beneath Yen Chuan's feet and coiled around him. Vine Demon, you gave this to me. The Nether King laughed. You also know that I gave it to you. Yen Chuan sneered. Boom! Suddenly, countless giant vines shot up into the sky from the Black Sea. They instantly crushed the black waves and wrapped around the Nether King. The fist and palm of the father and son collided, and they couldn't separate for a while. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were wrapped by the giant vines. What? How can you control the Vine Demon? The Nether King's face changed. What do you think? Yen Chuan smiled. As he spoke, more giant vines wrapped around the Nether King. I know. You must have left something in the Vine Demon. My cultivation has just reached the ancestral immortal realm, and I haven't had the time to fully refine it. But it doesn't matter. It's enough now. My refinement won't be any weaker than yours. The Nether King said confidently. Gulyalu. More and more vines wrapped around the two of them. The two of them controlled the Vine Demon. Inside the vines, Yen Chuan formed a seal with his right hand. The seal released a faint green light. The green light connected to the Vine Demon, causing a portion of the Vine Demon to listen to his orders. The battle between the father and son suddenly started. In the distance, Bai Qi and the three deities fought fiercely, suppressing Ice Devil. Ice Devil, you're just a sustenance. You haven't been possessed by the Lotus God. Die! Bai Qi shouted angrily. Boom! Under a knife aura, one of Ice Devil's arms was cut in half. Ah! Ice Devil cried out in pain. Lotus God, lend me your power. Lend me your power. Ice Devil cried out. The ice lotus above Ice Devil's head slowly rotated. This ice lotus isn't as perfect as Yen Chuan's sealed realm. It can't transmit more power. This amount of power is the limit. The Lotus God's voice traveled over. What? Ice Devil cried out in shock. Slash! The Grand Emperor shouted. Seeing. A sword light pierced through, and another of Ice Devil's arms was instantly cut off. Seeing. Seeing. The deities and Jade Emperor each cut off an arm. Ah! Ice Devil cried out in pain. Die! Bai Chi's knife slashed again. Boom! Ice Devil's remaining arms clashed with the knife, and his body retreated hundreds of miles away. No, you're going to die. The Lotus God sighed slightly. Lotus God, save me. Ice Devil cried out in fear. The Lotus God ignored him and suddenly let out a loud sound. Nether King, leave quickly and strengthen yourself. When I reappear, I'll watch you kill Yan Chuan. The Lotus God's voice traveled to the Black Sea in the distance. Above the Black Sea, Yan Chuan and the Nether King were trapped in countless vines. Their fists and palms were in a deadlock, and the Nether King couldn't move. The Nether King looked at Yan Chuan with an ugly expression. Father, you're indeed powerful. I'll come again in the future, the Nether King said unwillingly. You've learned well. You've also comprehended the third form of the Blood Sea. It's a pity that your Blood Sea merged with the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix and mutated into the Black Sea. You've lost the chance to evolve into the fourth form. However, no one knows for sure. The Black Sea might have other stronger developments. Yan Chuan analyzed. Let go of the vine monster, the Nether King said. Yan Chuan smiled faintly, clearly refusing. If you don't want to let go, then forget it. Black Shensis, explode. Explode the vine monster, the Nether King shouted. Black Shensis suddenly charged at the vines from the Black Sea. Boom! 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 The Black Shensis self-destructed one after another, and the vast impact instantly shattered countless vines. Yan Chuan looked at this scene and frowned. In the end, he let out a soft sigh. The hand seal on his right hand suddenly loosened. He gave up on controlling the vine monster. Ha! In the distance, the Nether King's expression changed. The Nether King suddenly realized that he could completely control the vine monster again. Wallalala! Countless vines quickly sank into the sea. Yan Chuan sent the vine monster back to the Nether King. Boom! The Nether King stepped forward, and the Black Sea disappeared. He brought the vine monster into the distance. Standing above the Blood Sea, Yan Chuan watched his son fly away. His expression sank as he said, "My son, it's good that you are safe. As long as you are alive, I will think of a way to resolve your calamity." As the Nether King flew away, Yan Chuan gloomily looked at the Ice Demon, who was being surrounded by Bai Chi. Humph! Yan Chuan snorted coldly and instantly appeared above Bai Chi's battlefield. A sky-burying coffin suddenly appeared in his hand. It descended from the sky and smashed toward the ice crystal lotus above the Ice Demon's head with great hatred. Boom! There was a loud sound. The ice crystal lotus exploded with a loud bang. Ah! The Ice Demon fell to the ground in pain. After the ice crystal lotus exploded, the Ice Demon no longer had a source of energy. His strength instantly decreased. As the shattered ice lotus dissipated, the Lotus God's voice rang out again. A battle between father and son? This is just the beginning. Yan Chuan, slowly enjoy it. Ha ha ha. Whoosh! Yan Chuan smashed the ice lotus fragments into powder. Chapter 1231. Yan Chuan was furious that his son had been plotted against. He turned to look at the Ice Demon Sage King, who was being controlled by Bai Chi. Yan Di. A voice rang out from afar. Yan Chuan frowned and looked over. He saw a soldier flying over. Yan Chuan had seen this soldier before. He was one of his son's generals. We are sad that our commander has been attacked. However, can you give me the Ice Demon Sage King? The Sky Emperor has ordered that the Ice Demon Sage King must be captured alive. He will be punished by the Sky Emperor. The soldier said. As he spoke, a large number of great Zhou soldiers surrounded them. Hand over the ice demon Sage King. Yan Chuan didn't care at all. Instead, he said in a deep voice, kill. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Boom. The ice demon Sage King was cut in half. The surrounding soldiers' faces froze. Yan Chuan was not giving the Sky Emperor any face. Roar. Roar. In the distance, Yan Chuan's dragon carriage flew over. Yan Chuan ignored this group of soldiers and quickly led his men to the dragon carriage. Bai Qi, Yin Hentian, and the three emperors did not speak. They stood quietly behind Yan Chuan. Let's go to Mo Yushi. Yan Chuan said. Roar. The four dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage to the west. This is all my fault. Please punish me, Holy King. Bai Qi said again. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, it is not your fault. The Lotus God is a transcendent being. Even when I was at my peak in my previous life, I was not as strong as him. You have done your best, so it is not your fault. Moreover, this may not be a bad thing for my son. Yes. Although Bai Qi replied, his expression was one of self-blame. Holy King, there are two powerful forces in the western outer continent. One is the rising Great Zhou Imperial Court, and the other is the first sage, Wu Tian. Wu Tian has countless disciples and has a huge power in the western outer continent. In fact, a large number of his disciples are the lords of their respective territories, separating the western outer continent. Yin Hentian solemnly stated. Continue. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. In the western outer continent, the Great Zhou Heavenly Court has already taken control of 16 territories. Now, it will be difficult to take another step forward because the territories occupied by Wu Tian's disciples just happen to cut off the western outer continent. If the Great Zhou wants to take another step forward in the western outer continent, they will have to move Wu Tian's influence away or form an alliance. As for Empress Mo Yushi, she was sent to Wu Tian Sage's territory, Wu Tian Sage's territory, Wu Tian Sage's Wu Tian Sage training ground. Yin Hentian explained. First Sage. The heavenly Tao of this world was broken, and the saints of the greater thousand worlds could not compare. The first Sage. Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Sage King, you have to be careful. There are a total of 4 sages in the Yin and Yang realms. Wu Tian is able to suppress the other 3 sages and become number 1. He must be extraordinary. Yin Hentian said. We understand. Yan Chuan nodded. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Luoyang. Outside the Taiji Palace. The second prince of the Phoenix clan looked at Shangguan her. Lord Shangguan, what does Wu Tiandi mean? I came with absolute sincerity. The second prince of the Phoenix clan said solemnly. Shangguan smiled and said, Second prince, Wu Tiandi has already given you a lot of face. When the third prince came, Wu Tiandi directly rejected him. But just now, Wu Tiandi did not reject him. The second prince of the Phoenix clan frowned and said, Wu Tiandi said that he owes Mo Yushi a lot and that he will let Mo Yushi decide on her own marriage. Isn't this an indirect way of shirking? No, second prince, the heavenly emperor values you very much. If you can persuade Princess Yushi, no one will stop you. Shangguan said with a faint smile. The second prince of the Phoenix clan's eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you for your advice, Lord Shangguan. The second prince of the Phoenix clan immediately said. Shangguan nodded and smiled. May I know where Princess Yushi is now? The second prince of the Phoenix clan became polite at this moment. Oh, the Great Zhou Empire wants to advance to the west, but it is separated by the territory of Wu Tiandi's disciples. Therefore, Wu Tiandi asked Princess Yushi to go there and persuade Wu Tiandi. He hopes that Wu Tiandi will not stop them. Shangguan smiled. My grandfather? The second prince of the Phoenix clan raised his eyebrows. Yes, I almost forgot. Wu Tiandi is your grandfather. Huh, the second prince is noble. Perhaps you can persuade Holy Maiden Yushi. However, when the time comes, I hope that you can persuade Wu Tiandi to allow the great Zhou Empire to advance to the west. Of course, you will not disturb Wu Tiandi. Shangguan smiled and said. Of course, I will. The second prince nodded excitedly. Then I will not disturb Lord Shangguan. I will go to Wu Tiandi's territory immediately. The second prince immediately said goodbye. Shangguan smiled and nodded. Only when the second prince was far away did Shangguan smile coldly. Then, Shangguan returned to Taiji Palace. In the palace, Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne. Sky Emperor, everything has begun. However, I don't know if Yan Chuan will understand your thoughts. Shangguan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled and said, he will. Everything is just right. Inform all the ancestral immortals of the great Zhou Empire to settle everything and come to Luoyang immediately. Yes. Shangguan replied. Wu Tiandi's territory. Great Zhou's palace. In a large hall. There were two figures standing in the hall. Mo Yushi and Yu. Mo Yushi was dressed in a black brocade robe. She looked extremely beautiful, but her face was slightly thin and cold. Her eyes were much more mature than in the sealed world. The other was Yu, Tao Lord Yu of the sealed world. She was also dressed in a luxurious robe. Princess Yushi, you saw it too. The second prince of the Phoenix clan came with great sincerity. Yu said with a smile. Mo Yushi looked coldly at Yu and said, Lord Yu, what exactly do you want to say? Sky Emperor wants the Phoenix clan. Saintess Yushi, everything you have was given to you by Sky Emperor. Shouldn't you repay Sky Emperor? Moreover, you have given birth to a child. For the second prince to favor you so much, Yu persuaded. Mo Yushi sneered, what benefits did second phone give you? How dare you be impudent in front of me? Dog slave. Yu's face turned serious, Princess Yushi, I am not your slave. I am Princess Taiping's subordinate. This time, I am only following Princess Taiping's request to accompany you. I know that you must still be thinking about that bitch Yan Chuan. However, can Yan Chuan compare to the second prince? The second prince's father is the Phoenix Emperor, who controls the Phoenix clan. The second prince's grandfather is Saint Wu Tian. How many people in this world are more honorable than the second prince? Princess Yushi, although you are the great Zhou princess, in the royal family, who thinks highly of you? You are only a chess piece of Sky Emperor. In the great Zhou dynasty, you will never be able to do whatever you want. Yu said sinisterly. Impudent. Mo Yushi rebuked angrily. I am not favored by the royal family, but I am still a princess. I am a ruler and you are a slave. Don't forget your identity. If I kill you, at most I will be scolded. This kind of scolding, I don't care about it anymore. If you want to die, try saying it again. Mo Yushi glared. Yu's face twitched and did not dare to say anything. Scram. Mo Yushi rebuked. Yu flung her sleeves and could only turn around and leave. As if hearing Mo Yushi's rebuke, a large number of maids rushed into the hall. Princess, are you okay? Princess, how are you? The group of maids were worried. Princess. Mo Yushi revealed a bitter smile. If possible, Mo Yushi would rather not have this title. With a sense of irritation, Mo Yushi ignored the maids and quickly flew out of the palace. Mo Yushi flew all the way until she reached a place with extremely beautiful scenery. Only then did she stop. That was the shore of a small lake. At this moment, there was a light breeze and a drizzle. When she reached the small lake, She took in a few deep breaths. Looking at the direction of the palace, She revealed a bitter smile. Perhaps I was wrong back then. When I left with my mother, I hoped to obtain power. I hoped to use the power to help you as much as possible. But it was really tiring. Living in the princess residence, I even felt like I couldn't breathe. I would rather have nothing and be by your side. She said bitterly. The drizzle kept on drenching She's brocade robe. At this moment, She didn't block the rain at all. She allowed the rain to fall on her body and wet her cheeks. She slowly sat by the small lake. Hugging her knees, she looked at the lake and sank into her memories. I've waited for so long, really so long. It's been so long that I almost forgot what you looked like. Sometimes I resent you. Why didn't you come to pick us up until now? I really resent you, even hate you. She's body trembled as she muttered to herself. But every time I wake up in the middle of the night, I can suddenly remember your smile. Every time I wake up, it's as if I see you standing in front of me and smiling at me. Although I can only sigh in the end. But at least I have you to think about, you to wait for, you to resent, and you to hate. In the princess's residence, I was always pressured to the point that I couldn't breathe. Only when I came out alone and sat by this small lake can I relax a lot. Only then can I understand how much I miss you. I will wait for you. I believe that you will definitely come back to find me. I hold my heart. There is happiness, there is bitterness, there is pain, there is fear. Before I met you, I have never felt such complicated emotions. This is love. She muttered to herself. Looking at the small lake, She was in a daze. Biting her lips, her eyes were slightly moist, but there was a smile on her face. In the hazy drizzle, She seemed to be curled up into a ball from the cold. After an unknown amount of time, the drizzle continued, but no rain fell on She's body. Suddenly, a small umbrella appeared above She's head. The small umbrella blocked the wind and rain, instantly protecting She from the slightest bit of harm. She turned her head to look. She stood there in a daze. At this moment, Yan Chuan was standing alone behind She, holding an umbrella in his hand. His eyes were filled with infinite tenderness as he looked at She. Their eyes met. The two of them were silent. Infinite love, a glance for 10,000 years. Chapter 1232. Their eyes met. Both of them were silent. Infinite love. A glance of 10,000 years. As she watched, She's eyes turned red. Her tears could not stop flowing. Yan Chuan also threw down his umbrella. He bent down and hugged She deeply. Woo 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 woo. She kept crying. She kept crying. She did not say anything. She did not say anything. She just kept crying. It was as if she wanted to cry all the grievances of the past few thousand years. Yan Chuan just hugged her. His hand gently stroked She's back. He pressed his chest against She, giving her the warmest support. Woo 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 woo. She cried for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, She stopped crying. Yan Chuan's chest had been wet many times. It was dry and wet, wet and dry. This repeated a few times. She finally stopped moving. Looking down, She had fallen asleep in Yan Chuan's arms. Thousands of years of grievances were released in an instant. She hid in Yan Chuan's arms. She was no longer guarded. When she was tired, she naturally fell asleep. Yan Chuan's eyes were also slightly red. After all, he was a man. He was stronger. He gently carried Mo Yushi and flew to a palace not far away. Yin Hentian and Bai Qi stood not far away. Yan Chuan directly carried Mo Yushi into the palace. Yan Chuan placed her on the bed. He sat at the side and quietly looked at Mo Yushi. He just watched. Mo Yushi slept for 2 days. She slept very well. After 2 days, her eyelashes fluttered and she opened her eyes. She saw Yan Chuan sitting at the side, holding Mo Yushi's hand. Mo Yushi was slightly stunned. She did not react for a while. After a while, she finally reacted. "You're awake." Yan Chuan smiled. "Ah, why are you here? Why are you here?" Mo Yushi suddenly sat up anxiously. "You can't come. You can't come. Mother Empress is up to no good. She's up to no good." Mo Yushi said anxiously. "Who?" Yan Chuan hugged Mo Yushi tightly. His eyes flashed with emotion. "You can't come. You can't come." Mo Yushi was still panicking. After being hugged in Yan Chuan's arms, Mo Yushi. But she was still panicking. Yan Chuan's right hand stroked Mo Yushi's back. "I know what Wu Jiong is thinking. But it's been too long. You and your mother have been wronged for too long. I had to settle the matters at hand and come immediately. But I didn't expect Mother Empress to have such power in the immortal realm. I didn't expect it either. But you." Mo Yushi was still worried. "Since I'm here, I've considered everything. I even know that I might have to fight against the entire Great Zhou dynasty, Wu Jiong, and the entire Great Zhou heavenly court." Yan Chuan took a deep breath. "Ah. You know. What? Become enemies with Mother Empress?" Mo Yushi exclaimed again. Stroking Mo Yushi's back, Yan Chuan said softly, "Don't worry. I didn't waste these few thousand years. I'm not the same as I was 5,000 years ago. Back then, I was weak and couldn't fight with Wu Jiong. Now, Wu Jiong might not be able to do anything to me. It's just that I've made you and your son wait for too long these 5,000 years. Not long, not long. If Dong'an knows, he'll be very happy. I know that you've come to see us before. Because of Mother Empress, you can't show your face. I understand, I know. I'll tell Dong'an. He'll be very happy." Mo Yushi said with tears in her eyes. "Dong'an?" Yan Chuan suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Mo Yushi asked, slightly surprised. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan told her about Yan Dong'an. "Nether King. How did my son get into such trouble? We're about to be reunited with our family. Why?" Mo Yushi started to feel sad again. Hugging Mo Yushi, Yan Chuan comforted her, "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything." Mo Yushi bit her lip and forced herself not to cry. She didn't want to burden Yan Chuan. But how could Yan Chuan not understand Mo Yushi's thoughts? Which mother wouldn't be sad if she knew that her son was being held captive? "Don't worry. Mind control is only the third mystique. I'll undo it. Besides, this might not be a bad thing for Dong'an." Yan Chuan said in a low voice. "Ah." Mo Yushi looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. "As a transcender, the Lotus God has embarrassed me several times in the sealed realm. Therefore, he wants us father and son to fight. So, you don't have to worry about Dong'an's safety. Besides, although Dong'an has experienced many battles, he hasn't encountered many obstacles. This time, it'll be a trial for him." Yan Chuan said in a low voice. "Mm." Mo Yushi nodded. "Besides, he's my son. The sons of Yan Chuan, are all extraordinary. None of them are flowers in a greenhouse." Yan Chuan comforted her gently. "All of them? You have sons. Why haven't I heard of them?" Mou she asked in surprise. They're not from this world. Yan Chuan smiled. Ah. Then how many do you have? Mou she asked curiously. Seeing that Mou she had recovered from her sadness, Yan Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Dong'an should be the third prince of Great Zhen. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Third prince? Doesn't that mean you have 2 sons? You have 2 sons. Why don't I know about it? No, I've been collecting information about the East. You mean no one in the world knows about it? Mou she said in surprise. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes, they say no more. Mou she suddenly covered Yan Chuan's mouth with her small hand. Yan Chuan looked at her in confusion. I know you're hiding it from the world. You must have your own plans. Don't say anything. I'm afraid I'll spill the beans and affect your plan. Mou she said gently. He looked at Mou she and was touched. Lowering his head, Yan Chuan kissed her gently. Perhaps it was a reunion after a long time, or perhaps it was a change in mood, but Mou she quickly went up to him. She wrapped her arms around Yan Chuan's neck and kissed him too. She fell into Yan Chuan's arms and kept twisting. Beside the bed, clothes fell down one by one. The husband and wife were reliving their 5,000 years of old love. 10 days later. Wuxian Territory, Great Zhou Palace. Princess's Palace. All the maids had been dismissed. Only Yan Chuan and his wife, as well as Yan Chuan's subordinates remained. Yan Chuan sat beside a stone table. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian stood beside him. Mou she sat on the other side of the stone table. Suddenly, a large number of glowing runes appeared on the stone table. The runes shone and suddenly, the space above the stone table distorted. Meow. An extremely excited meow sounded. Who? The runes and glowing runes disappeared. A cat wearing a small felt hat suddenly appeared on the stone table. It was Meow. The moment Meow appeared, she immediately pounced on Yan Chuan. Big baddie, you said you would let me come soon. Why did it take so long? Meow jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Her little claws kept grabbing onto Yan Chuan's clothes, pulling out threads to vent her dissatisfaction. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and slapped. He laughed and scolded, "You're not coming. What are you shouting for?" With a slap, Meow was sent flying and fell into Mou she's arms. Meow. Meow angrily cried out and got up. Suddenly, she saw Mou she smile. Meow. Sister Yushi. Meow. Meow suddenly cried out excitedly. You still remember me? Mou she laughed. Meow, how can I not remember? I'm not that big baddie. Meow spoke ill of Yan Chuan. Mou she was in a very good mood. She stretched out her hand and took out a glowing red ball. She stuffed it into Meow's arms. Meow. Meow's eyes immediately widened. Her face revealed a blissful silly expression. Meow, Sister Yushi is so nice. Meow. Meow cried out excitedly. Her little claws held onto the ball with all her might, not letting it slip. Immortal Stone Mine Core. Yushi, you spoil her too much. Yan Chuan laughed. Meow, meow, big baddie, it's not for you. Meow immediately bared her teeth at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan smiled faintly and let it go. Mou she, who was watching Meow scolding Yan Chuan, was in a very good mood. Yin Hentian and Bai Qi smiled and did not say anything. After all, Yan Chuan and Meow had a very good relationship. There was no need to talk about respect. Sage King, we have received news that besides the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, the remaining 20 territories in the western outer continent have all sent people to listen to the sage's preaching. Yin Hentian said. Apart from the saint's disciples, the other dominion lords must also be feeling threatened. Yan Chuan smiled. Yes, and most of the people who have come this time are territory lords. Yin Hentian explained. Territory lords. Oh, the sages preaching. This excuse is too fake. Yan Chuan revealed a mocking smile. Indeed, the sages preaching might just be a pretense. His goal is to target the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Now is the time to decide success or failure. Yin Hentian explained. Where is the Great Zhou Heavenly Court's army now? Yan Chuan asked. Sage King, although the terracotta army set off before us, their speed cannot be compared to the dragon carriage. At this moment, they are probably at the border of the western outer continent. Yin Hentian said solemnly. That's good. Bai Qi, you are in charge of receiving them. Do not make any mistakes. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Turning his head, Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi and asked, Did Wu Jiong give you anything else? Mo Yushi nodded and took out a scroll. The Great Zhou Imperial Decree? Yan Chuan asked, puzzled. Mo Yushi opened it gently. It was indeed an imperial decree. It was even stamped with the Great Zhou Imperial seal. A blank imperial decree? Yin Hentian said in surprise. Yes, when Mother Empress gave me the blank imperial decree, I was also puzzled. Mother Empress told me to improvise and fill in a decree that does not affect the entire territory. Fill it in myself? I did not understand, but now, I should have guessed it. Mo Yushi said bitterly. This blank imperial decree was prepared for me. Yan Chuan said with a cold smile. Mo Yushi revealed a trace of worry. It's alright. Just treat it as cutting off the karma between you and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. This time, I am bringing you back because there are some things that must be settled. I do not wish for anyone to use this as an excuse to disrupt our reunion. Yan Chuan said coldly. Mo Yushi nodded. Chapter 1233. On a vast ocean in the western outer continent. On an island. At this moment, there were 100,000 soldiers standing on the island. All of them looked solemn and murderous. Standing at the front was Great Accomplishment, Meng Yi, and Bai Qi. Lord Bai, has the Sage King arrived? Meng Yi asked. Yes. Let the terracotta soldiers rest for a while. There will be a tough battle ahead. Bai Qi said. Meng Yi nodded. Everyone, rest. Meng Yi shouted. Roar. The 100,000 soldiers replied. Only Meng Yi accompanied Bai Qi. The Sage King is already in Wuxian territory. This time, the terracotta soldiers came from the eastern outer continent. No one knows about it, so we need to catch them off guard. The terracotta soldiers are the strongest army of the Sage King. They don't have many people, but they are skilled. We can't make any mistakes. According to the Sage King's request, I will lead the terracotta soldiers with you. Bai Qi said. Alright, I will give you 50,000. Meng Yi replied. Alright, I can use the next period of time to practice. Bai Qi nodded. Wuxian territory. On an island outside Wuxian territory, one could vaguely see the heads of some soldiers moving about. On the beach. Di Renjia led a few great Zhou generals and looked at Wuxian territory in the distance. Lord, why did the Sky Emperor ask you to lead the 100,000 ox guards here? This is Wuxian territory. Although the 1,000 ox guards are strong, they can't do anything to Wuxian territory. A general frowned. Di Renjia shook his head and said, You don't need to guess what the Sky Emperor is thinking. Our orders are to cooperate with Yan Chuan when the time is right. Yes. Wuxian territory. Yan Chuan and his wife had not seen each other for many years and were stuck together. They told each other everything and played around. In a large hall in Wuxian territory. The Feng clan's second prince had a gloomy expression. A few subordinates stood in front of him. Second prince, Wuxia has been accompanying Yan Chuan for the past few days. She doesn't seem to care about the world. A subordinate said. That's right, second crown prince. You're so noble, why do you want to marry Wuxia? That's right, second crown prince. It's not worth it for you. His subordinates kept complaining, bitch. A cold glint flashed across the second prince's eyes. Second crown prince, there are too many people in the Phoenix clan who admire you. Why must you hang yourself on Wuxia? My younger sister also admires the second prince greatly. Second prince, my sister also admires second prince very much. His subordinates tried to persuade him. The second prince shook his head and said, this was arranged by imperial father. Phoenix Emperor. Phoenix Emperor's arrangement. Immediately, the subordinates did not dare to say anything. However, second crown prince, Heavenly Sage Wu is your grandfather, and this is your home ground. Why should you allow Yan Chuan to do as he pleases? Why don't you just take him down? One of his subordinates suggested. Grandfather's lecture is about to begin. This is not the time to be meddlesome. Furthermore, not only do I want Wuxia's body, but I also want her heart. Once I have her heart, I will humiliate her and avenge today's humiliation. Humph, just you wait. Soon, I will make Yan Chuan lose all his face. The second prince said coldly. Yes. Heavenly Wu territory, by a small lake. Yan Chuan held Wuxia's hand and strolled by the lake. It should be the second crown prince of the Phoenix clan who is monitoring us. Wuxia said. Yan Chuan smiled and said, monitoring? He won't be able to monitor us for much longer. You are really in the mood to let Yin Hentian recruit talents at this time? Wuxia smiled. There is still half a year before the Heavenly Sage's lecture. If we don't recruit talents now, we won't have the chance in the future. After all, buying you out of Great Zhou is not cheap. Yan Chuan teased. You are the one buying me out. Wuxia pinched Yan Chuan's waist. Second crown prince of the Phoenix clan. In front of me, he is just a clown. No need to worry. Yan Chuan smiled. Then what do you plan to do with Dongfangjing's sect and Ren Shu? Wuxia curiously asked. Them. Since they are looking for trouble, they must have a plan. After half a year, if there is no result, I will save them. Yan Chuan said. Wuxia nodded. Meow. Suddenly, Meow jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Yan Chuan, are you going to fight with Heavenly Sage Wu? Meow excitedly asked. Who did you hear that from? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Is there a need to ask? You are causing trouble everywhere you go. Meow said with a look of disdain. Wuxia, who was standing aside, burst into laughter. Little guy, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by causing trouble everywhere I go? Yan Chuan rolled his eyes. Meow, go ahead. It's okay. I will help you. I am very powerful now. Meow said excitedly. Yan Chuan. Heavenly Wu Weave. In a prison of Sage Wu Weave. Do you know what you are doing? I am a righteous scholar, an ancient sage. How dare you treat me so rudely? You are tarnishing the righteousness of the world. You are a group of ignorant people. You are a disciple of a sage. When the saints feel my virtue, they will definitely punish you severely. In the prison, a fat man was scolding the prison guards. The two prison guards looked at each other, and their faces twitched slightly. Shut up. If you don't shut up, I will seal your mouth. One of the prison guards shouted. You can seal my mouth, but you can't seal justice. You black sheep, come on, come on. The fat man said stubbornly. Clang clang clang. The two prison guards opened the door. When the fat man saw that they were serious, he immediately yawned. Sigh, I am so sleepy. With that, the fat man immediately went to a corner, lay on the ground, and fell asleep. The two prison guards grabbed the chains and walked into the cell. When they saw the shameless fat man, their faces froze. This fat man was too shameless. There was a skinny man standing at the side. The skinny man looked at the fat man strangely. Seeing that the fat man had fallen asleep, the two prison guards snorted and walked out. However, just as they walked out, the fat man woke up and jumped up. Little prison guards, do you really think that you are sages? Even the eldest disciple of a sage did not dare to do anything to me. You are more powerful than him. Humph, my cultivation is sealed, but I will not allow you to be so presumptuous. Who am I? I am justice. The fatty continued to blabber on and on. The two prison guards had a headache again. Damn it, where did this weirdo come from? He is so annoying. One of the prison guards could not stand it anymore. Second brother, I have the urge to hit him too. The two prison guards looked at the fat man and said in a deep voice. The skinny man who was locked up with the fat man immediately said, you too, you can't hit him. This person is really a great scholar. He is useful to the sage, so he was locked up. He just wants to vent his dissatisfaction. Now that his cultivation is sealed, if you break his arms or legs, you will not be able to answer to the sage. The two prison guards were speechless. Rat-Ren, don't try to persuade them. If they want to hit him, let them. I don't believe that evil can win against good. The fat man shouted at the skinny man. Second brother, let's hit him. If we don't hit him, I will feel uncomfortable. One of the prison guards rolled up his sleeves and shouted. The other prison guard was extremely calm and said, the two of them were sent here by the sage's eldest disciple. They must be extremely important. Don't be reckless. Then what should we do? He keeps shouting here. I am about to collapse. Rat-Ren said again, actually, we are involved in a serious case of the sage's eldest disciple. If you really don't want to listen to my big brother's words, you can lock us up in a more remote place. It will not make things difficult for the two of you. When the two prison guards heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. What? I think this place is good. I am not leaving. The fat man shouted. However, the two prison guards were already tired of hearing this. How could they be willing to let the fat man stay? The two of them quickly escorted the fat man and Rat-Ren to the depths of the prison. The deeper they went, the more checkpoints there were. After making many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a huge prison cell in the depths of the underground. Bang! The two of them were kicked in by the prison guards. This is the most secure prison in Wuxia. There are 3,000 vicious and evil people inside. You can make a ruckus here. Ha ha ha. One of the prison guards laughed excitedly. Bang! The prison door slammed shut. At this time, Rat-Ren looked at the fat man and said, this time I am really convinced. Dongfang Zhengpai, you peeked at a sow bathing. How can you speak so righteously? You are too shameless. Bah! How would I know that the sage's eldest disciple has such a weird taste? His concubine is actually a pig demon. Also, didn't you see it too? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately said. I was tricked by you. Moreover, I vomited at that time. Rat-Ren said. You are too weak. Dongfang Zhengpai shook his head and said. Rat-Ren nodded and said, who asked you to be my big brother? While the two of them were complaining, suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the dark prison. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. An ancient immortal actually called a puny earth immortal big brother. Ha ha ha. Very interesting. What do you know? Rat Ren and Dongfang Zhengpai cursed at the same time. In the distance, the person who was laughing suddenly froze. At the same time, the two of them quickly took out a jade pendant. On the jade pendant, the head of a horse slowly appeared. Found another one, noon of the 12 earthly branches. It is a horse. Sure enough, we guessed right. It is here. The two of them were excited. They looked around the huge prison. Finally, their eyes turned to the place where the two of them were cursing. A horse-faced man was chained to the wall on his back by 2 chains. The horse-faced man was being scolded by the two of them. At this time, his face was extremely ugly. "Io. Brother Ma, you are indeed as powerful as the legends say. Your wisdom is extraordinary. I have been waiting outside for a long time and have admired you for a long time." Dongfang Zhengpai immediately walked over with a smile on his face. "Just now, you said that I know nothing." The horse-faced man seemed to be holding a grudge. "This is the dialect of our hometown. It means that you are too wise." Dongfang Zhengpai said shamelessly. The horse-faced man. Chapter 1234. Half a year later. Inside Wu Tianweave's prison. At this moment, in front of Dongfang Zhengpai, there are 8 cultivators with their cultivation sealed and their shoulder blades locked. "Senior Tiger, Senior Peacock, Senior Sangu, hurry up, there are still many people waiting. Aren't you wasting everyone's time?" Dongfang Zhengpai says. The 8 cultivators' faces twitch. "Why aren't your cultivation sealed? How did you do it?" A man with a tiger head says. "Alas, we weren't originally locked up here. Naturally, we don't have as many seals as you. Ren Rat has already begun to dig a hole. If you all want to escape from this prison together, then hurry up. By the way, Senior Tiger, I heard that you have been locked up for nearly 10,000 years. Wow, if you don't leave with us this time, it might be even longer. Another 10,000 years. No, 100,000 years. Dongfang Zhengpai says. Everyone is silent. 3,000 extremely vicious criminals, before they were captured, they were all bandit leaders, imprisoned by saints. They had long had enough of the dark days. Now, Ren Shu and Dongfang Bubi can bring everyone out, who wouldn't be willing. However, Dongfang Zhengpai also has a request: after they leave, they must join the Great Jin Holy Court. The bandit leaders naturally agree. It doesn't matter if they join or not, as long as they can get out, even if they go back on their words, it doesn't matter, as long as they can escape. However, everyone underestimated Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu's shamelessness. Come, Senior Tiger, take off your clothes first, I have a shadow recording stone here, I will give you a few images. Dongfang Zhengpai says with a smile. Senior Tiger's face is filled with shame. You want to use my naked images to threaten me? Aya, Senior Tiger, what are you saying? Don't you believe in my Dongfang Zhengpai's character? Who am I? With a chest full of righteousness, how could he do such a tasteless thing? In the future, we will be colleagues, I will return it to you, I won't have a chance to come again, just take a picture, as a souvenir. Dongfang Zhengpai says shamelessly. I won't. Senior Tiger's face is filled with shame and anger. Senior Tiger, you're in the wrong here. I'm sincere to you, but you won't even give me this little bit of face. How can I trust you? You will definitely not be willing to join the Great Jin Holy Court. Dongfang Zhengpai says. I, Senior Tiger, am a man of my words, I will definitely join the Great Jin Holy Court, I will, but this image, you are insulting me. Tiger says angrily. I'm a scholar. How could I do something that's disgraceful to a scholar? You misunderstood me again. Besides, there are only men here. What are you afraid of? I'll give it to you when we get out. There are still so many people waiting in line. You can't be thinking of staying here forever, right? Dongfang Zhengpai said earnestly. You are a scholar. Big Tiger looked at Dongfang Zhengpai with grief and indignation. I have to say, Senior Tiger, you are doubting my morals. Dongfang Zhengpai's expression turned solemn. You have morals? Big Tiger's face twitched. Senior Tiger, don't block it with your hands. Yes, turn around. Let's leave a side view. Wu territory. Countless experts from the 20 western dominions of the western outer continent gathered to listen to the first sage's preaching. Yan Chuan and his group also flew over. Flying in the air, from afar, endless merit points floated in the sky. Above the cloud of merit, there is a huge sage Dharma idol. Above the sage Dharma idol, there is a huge green cauldron. Around the cloud of merit, there seems to be a large amount of chi providence. The cauldron of creation. She points at the huge cauldron in the distance. This cauldron is worthy of being called the cauldron of creation. Yan Chuan sneered. This is the masterpiece of Wu Tian sage. He smelted countless treasures in the world and finally refined this cauldron. This cauldron can suppress chi providence and not lose merit. It is a rare treasure. She says. Shaking his head, Yan Chuan says, no, there is only one thing that can suppress chi providence, and that is the imperial seal. This cauldron only smelted countless imperial seals. As for suppressing merit, if a sage is here, he can gather them on his own. It does not matter if it suppresses or not. This cloud of merit is unusually calm because of my copper coffin. Oh. She looks at Yan Chuan in surprise. It is the sky-burying coffin. I can feel its aura. This huge green cauldron is made of special materials and does not have any special skills. Yan Chuan says. Oh. She nodded. At this moment, Yan Chuan and his group have more than 10 people. Leading them are Yan Chuan, Shi, Yin Hentian, and Miao. There are also more than 10 people. They are the talents from the western continent that Yin Hentian has recruited for Dezhen recently. Below the cloud of merit, there is a group of huge palaces. The biggest one is called Wu Tian Palace. Wu Tian Palace. Wu Tian sage is really bold. Yin Hentian sneered. On the square of Wu Tian Palace, a large number of cultivators have already arrived and are exchanging pleasantries. The sages have yet to appear, but the disciples of the sages are entertaining the guests. The top experts of the various domains have gathered together and seem to have reached a tacit understanding. However, there are many other experts who do not know what is going on. They are all excited. The sudden arrival of Yan Chuan and his group immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some of them didn't know him, but some of them did some inquiries. Princess Yuxi of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. That is her husband, right? It seems that the second prince of the Phoenix clan wants to propose marriage to Great Zhou. He wants to marry her. This can't be, right? How can this be? I think I saw the second prince of the Phoenix clan just now. Many people were looking around. Soon, they saw the second prince of the Phoenix clan in front of Wu Tian Palace. Behind the second prince of the Phoenix clan is a group of subordinates. Seeing Yan Chuan and his group swagger over, the second prince's face turned ugly. Yan Chuan and his group landed safely on the plaza. Wu Tian Palace's plaza seems to be much more imposing than revered Heaven Palace's plaza. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Miao, you didn't bring me there back then. Miao complained. Aren't you coming now? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Not far away, the second prince of the Phoenix clan's expression changed. Prince, Yan Chuan is here, a subordinate said. The second prince nodded and led his subordinates in the direction of Yan Chuan. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked over curiously. Soon, the second prince of the Phoenix clan arrived in front of Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with disgust. The second prince blocked Yan Chuan's path, and his eyes flashed with arrogance. He did not say anything and just stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan smiled slightly. Meow, what did you see? Meow, what two big nostrils? Meow said very cooperatively. Ha! A lot of laughter immediately came from all around. Audacious, Yan Chuan, you actually still dare to come to Wu Tian Palace's plaza? The second prince said in a solemn voice. My guts have never been small. Who are you? Yan Chuan said coolly. Humph, still don't know who I am until now. The second prince revealed a trace of a cold smile. Turning around, the second prince looked at Mo Yushi and said, Princess Yushi, this is the person you fancy. He's my husband. Furthermore, my matters don't need second prince to trouble you. Mo Yushi said coolly. Trouble you? Princess Yushi's words are wrong. You're the woman I fancy. I need to let you see some things clearly. The second prince said with a smile. At the side, Yan Chuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of cold light. I want you to see clearly what kind of a coward your so-called husband is. The second prince said in a low voice. Ha! Mo Yushi revealed a trace of a mocking smile. Seeing Mo Yushi's smile, the second prince's face showed a trace of displeasure, and he turned to look at Yan Chuan again. Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi already knows who I am. Don't tell me you still don't know who I am. The second prince said in a low voice. I have some impression. You should be the second brother of some dead person, right? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Some dead person. The second prince narrowed his eyes and said, Humph, you killed my third brother. Don't think you can escape this enmity. My Phoenix clan hasn't come looking for you yet because we need to find my third brother's soul. Once he returns, my third brother will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Huh, we're really scared. Unfortunately, we're going to tell you. Yan Chuan revealed a trace of a cold smile and said, no one can save the people we kill. What do you mean? The second prince's expression suddenly changed. We're here to find the saints. We don't have time to play riddles with you. Scram. Yan Chuan said indifferently. What? Do you know where this place is? You dare tell me to scram, the second prince said coldly. The conflict between the two sides had already attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was looking over. The various Weave Lords and the disciples of the saints were all coldly looking at Yan Chuan's group. We don't want to kill anyone today. Don't provoke us. Now scram. Yan Chuan said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. What is this person doing? That's the grandson of a saint. Does he dare to kill him? The surrounding cultivators looked over curiously. However, the second prince was even more fearless. Yan Chuan, I'll tell you one more time. Mo Yushi is mine. You, a little upstart, want to compete with me? If not for grandfather's lecture, I would have captured you long ago and used torture to temporarily avenge my third brother's death. Now, scram from Skyless Hall's plaza. Heh, say that again. Yan Chuan suddenly laughed. I said, scram from Skyless Hall's plaza immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The second prince said coldly. At the same time, he looked at Mo Yushi from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he wanted to slap Yan Chuan's face to change Mo Yushi's image in her heart. Many of the saint's disciples took a step forward, as if to boost the second prince's momentum. Countless cultivators pressured Yan Chuan with their auras. If it was someone else, they would have been unable to endure it. However, Yan Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Are you courting death? With the support of countless seniors and juniors, the Skyless Hall's plaza was practically united against Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan actually dared to say such words. Ha 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 ha, courting death. You say I'm courting death. Why don't you take a look at where you are? So what if I'm courting death? Do you dare to kill me? This is my grandfather's teaching ground. Do you dare to touch a single hair on my head? The second prince laughed disdainfully. Yan Chuan's face turned gloomy. Come on, come and kill me. The second prince laughed proudly. I've never heard of such a request. As you wish. Yan Chuan's face suddenly turned cold. Boom! With extreme speed, Yan Chuan appeared in front of the second prince in an instant. Then, he extended his right index finger and jabbed it at the second prince's forehead. Stop! The surrounding saint's disciples, who were watching the commotion, immediately exclaimed. However, it was already too late. Yan Chuan's right index finger suddenly pierced through the second prince's forehead. The huge force caused the back of the second prince's head to explode. Yan Chuan really killed the second prince. Countless cultivators watched this scene in shock. Suddenly, they realized that Yan Chuan's group did not seem to be here to listen to the Tao. They were here to cause trouble for the saints. How dare you! A loud, furious roar rang out in the air. Chapter 1235. Impudent. A furious roar resounded in the air. A vast aura descended from the sky like the might of the heavens. Boom! The huge aura was like a shockwave. Many cultivators were pushed back and fell to the ground. The shockwave rushed towards Yan Chuan's group. It was so huge that it seemed like it would crush them. Yan Chuan suddenly took a step forward. Yan Chuan's aura suddenly erupted and clashed with the aura, protecting everyone behind him. The two auras clashed, creating a storm in Skyless Palace's plaza. Boom! The storm raged, and one could clearly see a cross-section formed by the storm. The storm blew in all directions from that cross-section, and that cross-section was the place where the two forces collided. Due to the difference in cultivation, Yan Chuan's aura was slightly weaker. However, Yan Chuan's aura contained an unsurpassable ruthlessness. It was a peerless ruthlessness that made up for the lack of aura. Whoosh! A group of white-robed men suddenly appeared in front of Yan Chuan. The leader's face was shrouded in white mist, making it impossible to see his face. He leaned forward slightly, and the huge aura came from this person. Then, he charged straight at Yan Chuan. The white-robed men behind him quickly hugged the Phoenix race's second prince, whose head had exploded. Greetings, sage, the surrounding cultivators immediately greeted respectfully. The leader who clashed with Yan Chuan's aura was the sage here, the first sage, Wu Tian. Master, the second prince is dead, the person hugging the second prince said with an unsightly expression. Only then did Wu Tian turn his head and look at the second prince, who was enraged by Yan Chuan's aura. Let me take a look. Wu Tian said. Everyone quickly handed the second prince to Wu Tian, a trace of hope flashing in their eyes. There was a small hole in the second prince's forehead. Yan Chuan's finger had pierced it. There was a huge hole in the back of his head. The entire back of his head had exploded. Wu Tian checked and found that the second prince was dead. He waved his hand. Boom! The entire square of the Skyless Palace was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and a cold wind blew. Rumble! It was as if heavenly Tao had appeared all around him. The ground beneath his feet suddenly became slightly transparent. He could vaguely make out a patch of darkness beneath his feet. Within the darkness, there were a few ghosts flying about. Underworld. The sage communicated with the Yin and Yang realms. Are they looking for the second prince's soul? The sage's methods are shocking. With a sage making a move, it's hard to die even if you want to. For a time, countless cultivators in the plaza revealed expressions of extreme reverence. Not far away, Yan Chuan revealed a cold smile and said, "There's no need to search. No one can save the people I kill. The moment Yan Chuan finished speaking, the entire plaza was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at Yan Chuan. Was the person in front of him really not afraid of death? Killing his grandson in front of the saint. And now, he was saying that no one could save him. No matter what, everyone understood one thing. The Yan Chuan in front of them was not here to listen to the sage's preaching. He was here to cause a scene. The cultivators came to this conclusion. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in shock. Was this a joke? The person in front of them was here to cause a scene. He killed the saint's grandson and spoke rudely. The various factions in the plaza were not suspicious of each other. Although they were here to listen to the sage's preaching, they were actually here to ask the sage to step in and deal with the great Zhou dynasty's wanton invasion. It could be said that everyone supported the sage. Was Yan Chuan in front of them making an enemy of everyone? The disciples of the sage immediately glared at Yan Chuan angrily. Not far away, the various territory lords were also looking at Yan Chuan with gloomy expressions. The sage searched for a while, but in the end, he could not find the second prince's soul. He finally knew that his grandson's soul had been destroyed. Turning his head, the sage glared angrily at Yan Chuan. Suddenly, a pair of eyes vaguely appeared on his blurry face. The sage's eyes. The moment the sage's eyes appeared, a terrifying feeling instantly struck everyone's hearts. It was a pair of eyes that seemed to contain heavenly might. With one look, almost everyone's hearts trembled. Plop! Plop! In an instant, a large number of cultivators in the plaza suddenly knelt down. They could not help but pay their respects. It was a kind of worship that could not be resisted. Mo Yushi's expression changed. Yan Chuan instantly blocked Mo Yushi. The people behind him trembled. Yan Chuan saw that his subordinates could not hold on any longer. He waved his hand behind him. Whoosh! It seemed to form a large fog that covered all his subordinates. Yan Chuan's eyes were fixed on the sage's eyes. There was anger in the sage's eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of surprise. The sage knew how much of an impact his eyes had on one's mind. However, not only was Yan Chuan unaffected, he could even look straight at him. Sage Wu Tian, is this how you treat your guests? Yan Chuan said coldly. Treat guests? Are you still a guest? Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at him strangely. Before the sage could speak, a person behind him suddenly shouted. Treat guests? Humph, you killed the sage's grandson in the sage's training ground. Are you still a guest? A man in white shouted. Yan Chuan looked at him coldly and ignored him. Yin Hentian suddenly stood out and said, You are the sage's eldest disciple, right? Are you deaf? Just now, everyone heard that he was courting death. He was the one who said, Come and kill me. We were just fulfilling his wish out of kindness. The sage's eldest disciple. All the experts in the plaza. Although they did not want to admit it, the second prince had indeed said such despicable words before he died. Everyone knew that it was to ridicule Yan Chuan. However, who would have thought that Yan Chuan would take it seriously? Who are you? The sage's eldest disciple shouted coldly. I am Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian said in a low voice. A descendant of the Yin family? It was your Yin family that caused the collapse of the heavenly Tao. You are indeed jackals of the same tribe. The sage's eldest disciple said coldly. Yin Hentian looked at the sage and sneered, All the sages in the world know that my Yin family has been wronged. You still want to twist the truth? Forget it, I did not expect you to clear my name. Skyless Palace. You don't even respect the heavens. How can you be fair for the world? How dare you? The sage shouted angrily. Boom. Pft. A huge force rushed toward Yin Hentian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Huff. Yen Chuan quickly stood in front of Yin Hentian. Meow. Meow was also angry and stared at the sage. Yin Hentian, are you alright? Yen Chuan asked worriedly. I won't die. Sage King, you don't have to worry about me. Yin Hentian laughed. Yen Chuan nodded his head and turned to look at the sage. The dozens of subordinates that Yen Chuan had just recruited had worried looks on their faces. They were recruited by Yin Hentian and thought that they were only here to listen to the sage's teachings. Who would have thought that the Sage King would fight with the sage? Everyone was in a dilemma. Sage King of great accomplishment, Yen Chuan. I have heard of your name. However, this is my teaching ground after all. In my teaching ground, you killed my grandson, spoke rudely, and did not repent. You colluded with demons and created chaos in my teaching ground. No one can save you today. Sage Wu Tian said again. The moment he spoke, he sealed off Yen Chuan's path of survival. When the sage spoke, the surrounding territorial lords naturally took a step forward. In addition to the sage's aura, there were hundreds of powerful auras that pressed down on Yen Chuan. All of them were ancestral immortals. Under the surging aura, Yen Chuan's subordinates could not stand it. Meow, protect everyone. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Meow. Meow replied. Meow jumped to the group of subordinates. Instantly, everyone felt the aura around them disappear. Under the combined aura of hundreds of ancestral immortals and the sage's aura, the ground beneath Yen Chuan's feet cracked. Yen Chuan smiled coldly and looked at Sage Wu Tian. Let's talk about it directly. I also want to see what the first sage is capable of. However, I am not here to learn from the first sage. The sage snorted and looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan stretched out his right hand. She immediately handed over an imperial edict. Sage Wu Tian, and all of the territorial lords here, it's not hard to guess what you're plotting. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court is going to dominate the western outer continent. This time, I am here on behalf of Wu Jiong to issue a challenge to all of you. All of you are to head to Luoyang to accept your deaths. Yen Chuan shouted coldly. He unfurled the edict. On the edict were the words, all of you, head to Luoyang to accept your deaths. These words were naturally written by Yen Chuan. The blank edict that Wu Jiong had left She was for Yen Chuan to fill in. Yen Chuan had naturally written it very concisely. What? The expressions of the surrounding territorial lords changed. This was not just a feud with Yen Chuan. Was Wu Jiong from Great Zhou mixed in as well? Wu Jiong's challenge. The sage's eyes narrowed. Didn't all of you gather to target the Great Zhou Heavenly Court? What's the point of putting on an act? This is a good opportunity. If you miss it, it'll be difficult to gather so many people again. Moreover, if you can't resolve this today, you'll all be killed one by one. Yen Chuan said coldly. Ridiculous. Sage Wu Tian shouted coldly. Ridiculous? Sage, are you going to accept this letter of challenge or not? Yen Chuan took a step forward and asked with a cold smile. The surrounding territorial lords clenched their fists. Sage, accept it. We'll accompany you to destroy Wu Jiong. Sage, accept it. If the Great Zhou is destroyed, we'll only respect Sage Wu Tian in the western outer continent. If we destroy the Great Zhou, we're willing to form an alliance with the western outer continent. Sage, you'll be our leader. The territorial lords were all shouting. They all understood the distribution of power in the heavenly court. If Wu Jiong unified the western outer continent, everyone would prosper and those who opposed would perish. The sage would rule the western outer continent and still focus on education. The territorial lords would still be like feudal lords without much influence. Now, Wu Jiong had issued a challenge. A challenge to everyone. Everyone's watching you. Sage, will you accept it or not? If you accept it, the will of the people will be impregnable. If you don't, after today, the hearts of these people will scatter. Yan Chuan smiled coldly. Chapter 1236. Everyone is looking at you. Sage, are you going to accept or not? If you accept, we'll be united. If you don't, they'll all be disunited after today. Yan Chuan sneered. Everyone suddenly looked at the sage. Indeed, all of the Weave Lords had come here today so that the sage could take the lead and lead everyone to uproot the dangerous Great Zhou Imperial Court. It was just a discussion, but in the blink of an eye, it had become an official battle. Today, the experts of nearly 20 domains of the Western Outer Continent had gathered. It was too difficult for them to handle such a situation. For a moment, Yan Chuan's killing of the Phoenix clan's second crown prince was no longer the focus of attention. The focus was on the sage's attitude and whether he was willing to lead them to destroy Great Zhou. Wu Jiong's challenge was already in his face. If the sage backed down now, no one would be willing to support him anymore. Sage Wu Tian was also staring at Yan Chuan. Although he did not fear Wu Jiong, he did not want to clash with Wu Jiong from the bottom of his heart. He had only wanted to negotiate and draw a clear boundary between the domains. He did not expect Wu Jiong's challenge to be so direct. Fight? Or talk? No, there was nothing to talk about now. Wu Jiong wanted to fight with him to decide the fate of the entire Western Outer Continent. Wu Tian did not want to fight because he felt that the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was extremely strange. It was as if there was something hidden in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court that he could not see. It was extremely dangerous. However, if he did not fight, the heroes around him would no longer support him. As Yan Chuan said, the hearts of the people would be disunited. The first sage would no longer have the power to rally supporters. In comparison, the matter of the second crown prince was nothing. After all, the sage had many grandchildren and descendants. Sage, let's fight. Sage, we'll all support you. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court has gone too far. Today, we're united. If we don't accept the challenge today, Wu Jiong will pressure us step by step in the future. Sage, Wu Jiong is extremely ambitious. Today, we're united. In the future, Wu Jiong will defeat us one by one. Sage. All of the Weave Lords asked for permission. They wanted to destroy the Great Zhou Heavenly Court in one fell swoop. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court's momentum was too strong. And it was extremely invasive. He had to pull it out as soon as possible. Could it be that an alliance of 20 territories in the Western Outer Continent could not defeat a single Wu Jiong? There was even the first sage here. Countless Weave Lords felt their hearts surge. The saint looked at the people around him. For a moment, determination flashed through his heart. All right. The sage shouted. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Since Wu Jiong wants to die, then you can't blame me. Domain Lords, why don't you follow me to Luoyang to meet Wu Jiong? The saint said solemnly. We wouldn't dare to disobey. The Weave Lord said excitedly. She looked at Yan Chuan with a tinge of worry in her eyes. Yan Chuan looked at the sage and smirked. Everything had just begun. Sage, this is the letter of challenge. Take it. Yan Chuan tossed out Wu Jiong's imperial edict. Pa! The saint reached out and took it. Then, the saint's eyes, which were as mighty as the heavens, stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was still fearless, as if he was already prepared to fight the saint. When two armies fight, envoys are not to be killed. However, envoys like you are too despicable. I really can't tolerate you. Stay here and wait for me to destroy Luoyang before I deal with you. Sage Wu Jiong said. As he spoke, he reached out and pointed at the sky. He controlled the huge cauldron of creation above the virtuous cloud sea. Boom! the cauldron of creation suddenly emitted a dazzling green light. For a moment, countless virtuous virtues descended from the cauldron of creation, forming huge pillars that quickly surrounded Yan Chuan, forming a cage-like area. Boom! The void around the cage suddenly trembled. Then, it instantly distorted. Mo Yushi's expression suddenly changed. She looked around anxiously and said, "This is a new space. We've been locked up." In the outside world, the saint said in a deep voice, "That's right. This is a space that I created. Although it looks like you're right in front of me, you've already entered a new space. Here, you can't use any heavenly power. Unless you have your own great Tao, you'll never be able to come out." Yan Chuan said with a ferocious expression, "Are you going to fight to the death, saint? Fight to the death? You're not worthy." The saint sneered. Yan Chuan's smile became even more ferocious. "All disciples of the sacred land, stay here. Ancestral immortals of the various territories, follow me." The saint shouted. "All right." Immediately, the group of experts shouted. Boom! The saint led 100 figures and quickly soared into the sky, heading towards the northeast. The saint led 100 ancestral immortals straight to Luoyang. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the group of people disappeared. Behind Yan Chuan, the group of people who had just been summoned changed their expressions drastically. Was it over? Was it really over? The saint's target? And they were trapped here. They were doomed. Immediately, most of their expressions changed drastically. However, those who had been summoned by Yin Hentian were not all brainless people. Suddenly, someone realized that Yan Chuan and Yin Hentian were not worried at all. Meow. Yan Chuan, what are you going to do now? Meow was not in a hurry. She jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder and asked. Mo Yushi also looked at Yan Chuan worriedly. "Wu Jiong, what if we can't stop Saint Wu Tian? Moreover, there are 100 ancestral immortals. Those are ancestral immortals. Heh, if you don't have the ambition to fight the world, you're not worthy of being the celestial emperor." Yan Chuan laughed. "Then what do we do now?" Mo Yushi asked in a low voice. "Everything has just begun. Let's wait and see." Yan Chuan said coldly. Mo Yushi nodded. This wait lasted for 3 days. On the third day, outside the West Continent, Great Zhou's heavenly court, Luoyang. Above Luoyang, countless rays of providence surged. Below, Great Zhou's Taiji Palace. In front of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong stood in the square of Taiji Palace in his dragon robe. Behind Wu Jiong were a group of Great Zhou's officials and experts. Ancestral Dragon, Princess Taiping, and countless other elites of Great Zhou were all gathered. A large number of troops were on standby. The entire Luoyang was on full alert. Boom! Outside Luoyang, a powerful aura spread out. Under a ray of white light, a heavenly might pressed down on the entire Luoyang. Yuan Tiangang waved his hand, and countless arrays covered Luoyang. Saint Wu Tian had arrived. Boom! 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 Gusts of wind blew in all directions. Behind Saint, one figure after another suddenly appeared. 100 ancestral immortals followed Saint to Luoyang. With Saint in the lead, everyone stared at Wu Jiong in front of Taiji Palace. Wu Jiong looked at Saint coldly with a fierce expression. Boom! The powerful auras of the two sides collided, and endless gusts of wind swept up in the surroundings. Inside Luoyang, in a small courtyard, a man stood in the courtyard. He looked at the saint and the 100 ancestral immortals outside the city and suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Send a message to the sacred king." The man said solemnly. "Yes, your excellency." A subordinate beside him said solemnly. The subordinate took out a small fish tank in front of him. There was a small goldfish swimming in the fish tank. The subordinate reached out and squeezed. Bang! The goldfish was crushed and died on the spot. At the same time, in the square of Skyless Palace, Yan Chuan held a life token in his hand. Crack! The life token suddenly shattered into pieces. That's a life token. Who died? She asked curiously. It's just a fish. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. As he spoke, Yan Chuan looked at the creation cauldron above his head. Renjia, make your move. Don't leave a single one of them alive. Kill them all. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. With that, his voice suddenly exploded in all directions of Skyless Palace. What? The saint's disciples on the square were shocked. At this moment, in a distant valley, Renjia and the 1,000 Bull Guard were watching everything in front of them. Attack! Renjia shouted loudly. Yes. Hundreds of 1,000 Bull Guard rushed into the sky. At the front was a huge monster, the exploding beast. Kill! The 100,000 soldiers shouted, and the sound of battle shook the sky. How dare you be so impudent in the saint's sect? Immediately, a large number of saint's disciples rushed towards Renjia. Among them, there were even ancestral immortals. The exploding beast flew at the front. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of everyone. What is that monster? Who cares? How dare you invade my sect? Everyone must die. Die with Yan Chuan. Just as everyone was about to attack, self-destruct. The exploding beast shouted. Hong! The first sound of battle rang out. Ah! No! The saint's disciples were instantly blown to pieces. Kill! The 1,000 Bull Guard charged forward. In the distance, at the foot of two mountains, Bai Qi and Meng Yi led the terracotta army and hid in the forest. Everyone, remember to eliminate the source of trouble. The 1,000 Bull Guard will fight. If any saint's disciple tries to escape, kill him without mercy. Bai Qi shouted. Yes. The terracotta army answered immediately. Rumble. Immediately, the fierce battle in the saint's sect began. Oh no, that's the 1,000 Bull Guard of Great Zhou. Also, that's the exploding beast. Quick, activate the array. A saint's disciple shouted. Inside, Yan Chuan looked at the cage that trapped him. Yan Chuan sneered. He reached out and grabbed at the sky. Come here. Rumble. The original cage suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Yan Chuan doesn't have a great Tao. How did he shake the array? Someone exclaimed. Oh no, look at the cauldron of creation. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the cauldron of creation suddenly exploded. It just exploded out of thin air. Rumble. At the moment of the explosion, a huge coffin suddenly flew out of the cauldron of creation. The coffin went straight for Yan Chuan. It instantly burrowed into Yan Chuan's sleeve. The cage that trapped Yan Chuan and the others immediately collapsed. Oh no, Yan Chuan is trying to escape. An ancestral immortal exclaimed. Where do you think you're going? Immediately, 3 ancestral immortals pounced on Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan sneered and said, You're not worthy of my attack. Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, Yan Chuan led everyone into the sky and flew out. In the blink of an eye, they flew out of the saint's sect's array. They stood outside the array and looked down at the battle below. Countless 1,000 Bull Guards attacked the array in a frenzy. There were about 10 million disciples around Skyless Palace, but not all of them were peerless experts. Although there were only 100,000 Bull Guards, their combat strength was shocking. There are 10 ancestral immortals. She looked at the heavenly Daos in the drill ground solemnly. Renjia was currently dealing with 2 ancestral immortals, while the exploding beast was also dealing with 5 ancestral immortals. After all, the exploding beast was too dangerous. It would self-detonate and fly to a place with many people. Once it self-detonated, it would kill countless people. The remaining 3 ancestral immortals were currently suppressing the 1,000 bull guards. However, the 1,000 bull guards were also veterans. Although there were casualties, they were still at ease. 10 ancestral immortals. Like I said, this is only the beginning. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Destroying the Saints sect is breaking the foundation of the Saints. We and Saint Wu Tian will be irreconcilable. Mo Yushi said worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a saint. Didn't Wu Jiong want me to attract the hatred of the saints? It doesn't matter. For you, even if I kill Saint Wu Tian, so what? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi nodded sweetly. But, do you need help? If we destroy the Saint sect, Saint Wu Tian will soon sense it. He will definitely come back. Mo Yushi said worriedly. Don't be too fast. I want to wait for the saints to come back slowly. Wu Jiong can't kill Saint Wu Tian. When Saint Wu Tian comes back, let me do it. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. You can fight a saint. Mo Yushi said in surprise. Yan Chuan smiled. Miao, I can help you. Miao was even more excited now. Don't worry. Since I'm here today, I have thought of everything. Saint of battle. Hee, this is only the beginning. Yan Chuan said with narrowed eyes. Mo Yushi grabbed Yan Chuan's arm, her eyes full of tenderness. Below, the 1,000 bull guards were charging at the Saints sect. However, the Saints sect was not just for show. For a time, neither side could do anything to the other. Flames of war soared into the sky. Outside the Saints' teaching ground, the battle was extremely intense. Countless corpses flew into the sky. Even the 1,000 bull guards lost more than half of their numbers. Suddenly, only 30,000 of them were left. The exploding beasts exploded many times, killing an ancestral immortal. However, there were still many ancestral immortals, and the exploding beasts were having a hard time. In the distance, Di Renjie also had a hard time saying, Yan Di, please help. Yan Chuan waved his hand. Fire! Fire! 2 loud shouts came from the forest in the distance. Whoosh! 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 100,000 arrows rained down on the Saints' training ground from 2 mountain forests. Like 100,000 meteor shower, they instantly rushed into the crowd. Ah! For a time, there were countless casualties. Everyone, listen up. There are still 9 ancestral immortals. You have many ancient immortals. Kill the ancestral immortals and become ancestral immortals with your own abilities. Meng Yi shouted. Roar! The terracotta soldiers were excited. Yan Chuan's strongest army was displayed in front of everyone. At this moment, Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and stared at the exploding beasts. Yin Hentian was holding a life token in his hand. Pa! The life token shattered. Sage King, this might not be good. According to the news from Phoenix Emperor's territory, Phoenix Emperor suddenly left his territory. It is very likely that he is coming for us. Sage King, you will not only be facing Sage King, but also Phoenix Emperor. Yin Hentian said worriedly. Ah! Fighting Sage King and Phoenix Emperor at the same time? Isn't that? Mo Yushi looked anxious again. It's fine. I have already considered it. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 of them stopped talking. They were guessing what other trump cards Yan Chuan had. At this moment, in a valley far away from the Sage sect, Gong Yangxian looked at the scene in astonishment. How dare he? Does Yan Chuan want to die? Gong Yangxian said in shock. Old ancestor, this Yan Chuan is courting death. Courting death. We can't do anything. Sage, I have already convinced Sage Shiman. Quick, inform Sage Shiman and let him kill Yan Chuan. Gong Yongxian said excitedly. Yes. Chapter 1237. At Skyless Hall's plaza, the various mountain ranges around the sages' training ground were filled with the disciples and grand-disciples of the sages. After the 1,000 bull guards fought, many of the sages' disciples and grand-disciples had fallen. Of course, there were not many 1,000 bull guards left. The battle was extremely intense. At this moment, the strongest army of the great Qin dynasty appeared, making the battle even more intense. Bastard! My great-grandfather is a sage. How dare you kill me? Arg! How can this be? How can there be so many ancient immortals? Arg! Miserable screams rang out as the terracotta soldiers showed their ferocious side. Smoke rose in the surroundings. Strong winds blew, and sand and rocks flew. For a time, the battlefield was shrouded in fog. More and more disciples and grand-disciples of the sages gathered in the distance. However, the terracotta soldiers were too ferocious. When the cultivators who charged into the battlefield saw the bloodthirsty terracotta soldiers, their first thought was to turn around and run. However, Meng Yi and Bai Qi ordered them to kill all of them. How could they let these people escape? The massacre continued, and it was extremely cruel. Many of them were not even disciples of the sages. However, since they were here, they did not intend to let them go. High in the sky, a strong wind blew from the battlefield, causing Yan Chuan's robes to flutter. Yan Chuan stood at the very front. Mo Yushi and Yin Hentian stood beside him. Miao jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Behind the three were dozens of Western Outer Continent experts and wise men who had just been recruited. Originally, they wanted to join the great Qin dynasty. However, not long ago, Yan Chuan suddenly went crazy and went against the sages. That made the dozens of experts cry out in grief. That was a sage, a peerless expert who represented more than half of the Western Outer Continent. Yan Chuan was going to fight against it by himself. When the sages used their contributions to trap them in the cage, all of them were on the verge of despair. However, several days had already passed. Everyone suddenly felt like they were dreaming. The Sage King did not go crazy, but had planned this all along. Everything was within the Sage King's plan. A person who dared to go against a sage outside his home ground. What kind of emperor are we following? Everyone was at a loss, but more than that, they were excited. The Western Outer Continent, the capital of the great Zhou imperial court, Luoyang. Rumble. The sky above Luoyang turned dark as the void trembled. On the ground, there was a massive earth trench that stretched for 500,000 kilometers. 100 ancestral immortals. Such an enormous number was more than enough to kill saints. But now, 100 ancestral immortals were fighting alongside the first sage against the entire Luoyang city. Countless arrays protected Luoyang city. Outside Luoyang city, the void shattered. In the four directions of the shattered void, there was a huge Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish pattern revolving around. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish circled around as if sealing off the void. In a dim environment. Wu Jiong's expression was ferocious. Behind him, a giant golden heavenly Tao soared into the sky. No, this did not seem to be the heavenly Tao because there were two animal carvings on the golden heavenly Tao. A dragon and a phoenix danced around the heavenly Tao. This was Wu Jiong's great Tao. Under the great Tao, Wu Jiong's power was like the might of the heavens, fiercely crashing toward Saint Wu Tian. Behind Wu Tian, a total of 300 heavenly Taos soared into the sky. The heavenly Taos circled around Wu Tian, and terrifying surges of power were mobilized by him. Wherever the heavenly Taos passed, the void seemed to distort. Saint, you're mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. Huh, too bad this world isn't complete. That's all a saint like you can do. Wu Jiong's eyes were cold. Boom. Their palms collided. Great Tao. You've created your own great Tao. No wonder you dare to talk back to me. Humph. The sacred ruler was not to be outdone. Just as the two were about to fight, the saint's pupils suddenly contracted. Wait, something happened to my teaching grounds? Someone is destroying my skyless hall. The saint said grimly. You only know now. Too late. You're a malignant tumor of the western outer continent. I've given you many chances, but you've been stubborn. This time, I have no choice but to take action. Since I've taken action, you must get out of the western outer continent. Naturally, your foundation will be completely destroyed. Wu Jiong said coldly. What a vicious heart. Wu Jiong, I won't let you have your way. The saint said coldly. You have no choice. This world no longer belongs to the saints. How dare you be so arrogant? Skyless Hall. Looking down on the heavens. Huh, without the protection of the heavens, you saints are just livestock for us to slaughter. Wu Jiong said coldly. Bastard. The saint was enraged. Rumble. The battle between the two peerless experts became even more ferocious. Wu Tian weave. Deep underground. Ninth rat was digging a hole in the ground. Behind him was Dongfang Zhengpai and 3,000 vicious bandits. At this moment, they were no longer as fierce as they were in the past. Or rather, everyone had learned that there was something that could restrain arrogance, and that was shamelessness. Although they were not peerless heroes, they were once the overlords of a region. To be able to be taken care of by the saints, no matter how bad they were still people of status. However, the crowd had seen countless people, but they had never seen such shameless people. It could be said that they were the epitome of shamelessness. No one knew what kind of shameless ideas they would have in the next moment. Therefore, the bandits were all in awe of the two. Everyone, no matter what, we're in the same boat. You don't have to look like your mother has died. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. Everyone. After a moment of silence, one of the horse-faced men said in a deep voice, two division heads. Senior Horse King, you're the person that the Saint King is looking for. What do you want? Just say it. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. That Zhen. It's the holy dynasty of Dezhen. Dongfang Zhengpai corrected. Yes, is the Saint King of the holy dynasty of Dezhen similar to you? Horse King asked worriedly. When Horse King said that, everyone's expression changed. They all looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Yes, Dongfang Zhengpai was already shameless enough to make everyone feel like dying. If the Saint King of Dezhen was the same, everyone could not imagine how dark their future would be. Some even wanted to go back to prison. Similar. How is that possible? How can he be as righteous as me? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately denied. Dongfang Zhengpai praised himself again and belittled Yan Chuan. However, for some reason, everyone sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. Horse King sighed. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Dongfang Zhengpai asked. No, no. Everyone immediately said. Everyone fell silent again. However, they still felt uncomfortable. After all, they used to be the overlords of their respective regions. Now, they had to bow down. They were still unwilling. Is the holy dynasty of Dezhen powerful? Horse King asked again. It should be very powerful. Dongfang Zhengpai said. What do you mean by should be? How powerful is the holy dynasty of Dezhen? If we escape today, will Yan Chuan hand us over because of Saint Wu's anger in the future? Horse King asked again. The others were also conflicted. How is that possible? As long as you are recognized by the Saint King, the Saint King will not hand you over. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shook his head. Is that so? But, he is a saint. No, he is the first saint. Very few saint kings in the world dare to resist the first saint's oppression. Horse King was still worried. Yes, we are worried that if we submit to the holy dynasty of Dezhen today, the first saint will take us back in the future. Can Yan Chuan withstand the pressure of a saint? Another person shouted. Everyone was feeling uneasy as they walked and discussed among themselves. They were worried about their future. Boom! There was a loud explosion in front of them. Ha ha ha, we are out. After taking a big detour, we have finally reached the surface. Everyone, follow me out. Ninth Rat shouted in front of them. Everyone was excited and quickly rushed to the cave entrance. It was a valley. Everyone quickly walked out of the cave. Rumble. In the distance, a loud explosion came from the south. What's going on? The sky is dark in the distance. Are they fighting? Someone actually dares to cause trouble in the first saint's territory. Let me see who it is. 3,000 bandits quickly climbed up the mountain and looked into the distance from the top. Although their cultivation was sealed, their eyesight was still there. They could see the distance at a glance. What did I see? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The disciples of the saints are being slaughtered. That is the eldest disciple of the saint who captured me. Ah, he is being chased by that saber cultivator. What a fierce army. When did such a fierce army appear in the world? They are going to uproot the saint's dojo. Uproot? Who has the guts? While everyone was talking, Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly saw Yan Chuan. Look, there he is. That is the great perfection Sage King, your future Sage King. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. As he spoke, everyone turned to look at the sky in the distance. In the strong wind, a man was standing in the sky with a group of people. His long robe was fluttering in the wind. As if he saw some of the disciples of the saints trying to escape, the man waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of soldiers rushed over and killed all the disciples of the saints who were trying to escape. Then, they rushed back into the battlefield. That man was commanding the army to slaughter the disciples of the saints. Everyone was speechless. That is the great perfection Sage King. Ma Wang said in disbelief. Yes, so you don't have to worry. The Sage King will not tremble when he sees the saints, and he will not hand you over. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. Tremble. Tremble. The emperor in front of them wanted to kill the saints. Would he be afraid of the saints? These were the disciples of the first saint. How could he massacre them so brazenly? The bandits immediately became excited. At the very least, such an emperor would not disgrace them. Chapter 1238. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu stood on the mountain with 3,000 bandits, watching Yan Chuan commanding the army to destroy the sage's sect. Ren Shu had a complicated look in his eyes. When Ren Shu joined Dezhen, he was cheated by Dongfang Zhengpai. He did not have a strong sense of belonging to Dezhen because he did not think highly of Dezhen. But how long had it been? Yan Chuan had become so arrogant. This was the base of the first sage. In the distance, Yan Chuan was watching the battlefield. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around. Wait here, I'll be right back. Yan Chuan said to Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi and the others nodded. Miao, I want to go too. Miao suddenly shouted. Yan Chuan took a step and instantly arrived at the mountain where Dongfang Zhengpai was. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past, and the group of bandits looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Sage King, you've gone too far this time. What if the sage comes back? Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. Yeah, the first sage is not simple. Ren Shu said worriedly. Before Yan Chuan could say anything, Miao, who was on his shoulder, interrupted. Miao, what's so great about the sage? We're waiting for him here. Miao said proudly. Huh? Ren Shu was stunned. Miao, Sage Wu Tian doesn't know his limits. This time, we're going to teach him a lesson. Miao said again. The bandits were speechless. Doesn't know his limits. The bandits seemed to have heard from the sage that the sage had scolded them. Now, the sage was being scolded by someone else. By the way, Sage King, this is the Horse King, a horse. Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly pulled out a horse-faced man from the crowd. Horse. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but he immediately reacted. Horse. A horse with ancestral bloodline. This time, Yan Chuan didn't look at the Horse King. Instead, he looked at Dongfang Zhengpai and Ninth Rat. This wasn't the first time. Had the two of them found these special bloodlines in the Sea of People? Greetings, Sage King. The Horse King said respectfully to Yan Chuan. Oh. Yan Chuan looked at the Horse King in confusion. Huh, Sage King, these are the friends I made in prison. They have all agreed to join the Great Jin Holy Court. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Join Great Jin. Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly as he looked at the 3,000 people. These people all had ferocious looks on their faces, and their arrogance soared to the heavens. However, it was as if their cultivation bases had been sealed. Greetings, Holy King, the bandit said respectfully. Yan Chuan looked at everyone, his eyes flashing with an emotional sigh as he said, for everyone to be able to enter my great Jin, Yan Chuan is endlessly grateful. Although we were very worried in prison, we have already seen the Sage King's might. We have no more complaints. We are willing to serve the great Jin. One of the bandits said. We are willing to serve the great Jin. The bandit said respectfully. Good. Yan Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Dongfang Zhengpai and Ninth Rat and said, the two of you did well. The great Jin will remember this merit. Ha ha ha. Well said. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Ninth Rat also felt excited. After saying that, Yan Chuan looked at the 3,000 bandits and waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, a sea of blood enveloped everyone. Ah. The bandits' expressions changed, thinking that Yan Chuan was going to deal with them. However, in the next moment, as the sea of blood surrounded them, cracking sounds came from their bodies. Bam! 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 One person's seals after another were broken by the sea of blood. Rumble. The 3,000 bandits released a horrifying aura. Ha 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 ha. I finally recovered. My cultivation has also recovered. Great. Everyone's cultivation recovered, and they looked at Yan Chuan. Thank you, Sage King. The bandit said gratefully. Yan Chuan nodded and said, the Great Jin Holy Court is located in the outer east continent, True Dragon Weave. You can go back and deal with your personal matters. Once you are done, immediately head to True Dragon Weave. Huh. Everyone was stunned. They were allowed to leave just like that. Sage King, you want us to leave on our own? Aren't you afraid that we will run away? One of the bandits asked in surprise. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan. It is my fortune to obtain it, but it is my fate to lose it. The outer west continent is about to be turned upside down. Those who are trustworthy will not abandon the Great Jin Holy Court, and the Great Jin Holy Court does not need those who break their promises. Everyone, please leave. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. After watching for a while, one of the experts said solemnly, the Sage King is magnanimous. I, the Hu, will not betray him. I will go back to pick up my family and head to the Zhenlong territory in the outer east continent. Don't worry, Sage King. I will definitely return to the Great Jin Holy Court. I will definitely return to the Great Jin Holy Court. Suddenly, everyone expressed their stance. Although some of them were just putting on an act, Yan Chuan did not need those who were just putting on an act. In the blink of an eye, everyone left. Only the Horse King stayed behind. I have nothing to worry about, so I will not leave. Sage King, I heard from Ren Shu that you are looking for the descendants of our ancestors. Can you restore the glory of our ancestors? The Horse King asked excitedly. Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. When you, Dongfang Zhengpai, and Ren Shu return to True Dragon Weave, I will help you. Yes, the Horse King said excitedly. Sage King, are you really going to wait for the return of the first sage? Dongfang Zhengpai asked in surprise. That's right, so leave immediately. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Huh? Why? Dongfang Zhengpai did not understand. Other than the sages, there is also the Phoenix Emperor, and even. You should leave as soon as possible. However, before you leave, help me with one last thing. Yan Chuan said. Oh. Dongfang Zhengpai asked curiously. At this moment, Yan Chuan looked at the chaotic battlefield again. Yan Chuan waved his hand lightly. In the distance, Bai Qi's expression suddenly froze. He turned around and rushed towards the direction of the exploding beasts. There were 4 ancestral immortals surrounding the exploding beast. Nearly 100 heavenly Dao were protecting each other and grinding the exploding beast. Bai Qi suddenly attacked from behind and slashed at one of the ancestral immortals. Boom! That ancestral immortal was caught off guard and staggered. The formation formed by the 4 ancestral immortals was suddenly disrupted. Self-destruct. Boom! Under the huge explosion, one of the ancestral immortals was killed on the spot. The other 3 were not any better and were heavily injured. The exploding beast self-destructed again. After the explosion, the fragments of the exploding beast quickly gathered together in the shattered void. It was about to recover. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and rushed forward. He stretched out his hand and a bronze coffin flew out from his sleeve. Sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! The sky-burying coffin suddenly released a suction force and sucked the recovered exploding beast into it. Quang! The lid of the coffin closed. Self-destruct. The exploding beast self-destructed again in shock. However, the interior of the coffin was like a starry sky. The explosion would at most destroy a few stars and it would recover in an instant. I'm trapped. The exploding beast's terrifying eyes showed a trace of anxiety. As for Bai Qi, he waved his hand. Swish! The sky-burying coffin shot toward Yan Chuan and arrived in front of Yan Chuan in an instant. Quang! Yan Chuan grabbed the sky-burying coffin with the exploding beast in his hand. Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Shu, Ma Wang, your mission is to bring this coffin back to the Zhenlong domain. Set off immediately. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. When the exploding beast was trapped in the chaotic battlefield, the 3 of them did not see clearly that the exploding beast was trapped. They only saw a coffin flying toward them amidst the flying sand and rocks. Bring it back. Dongfang Zhengpai was surprised. That's right. Set off immediately, the faster the better. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. All right. Dongfang Zhengpai nodded with a strange expression. The 3 of them carried the sky-burying coffin and quickly headed toward the east. Yan Chuan watched the 3 of them leave and return to Mo Yushi's side. Meow. Yan Chuan, why did you ask that fatty to bring it back? The 3 of them don't seem to be very strong. Even that Ma Wang is only a peak ancient immortal. Miao asked curiously. Indeed. The 3 of them are not even as strong as Yin Hentian. But I suddenly realized that Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu have something that many people don't have. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Mou, she asked curiously. Fortune. The two of them have great fortune. In such a vast sea of people, they can still find the bloodline descendants of the 12 earthly branches. This fortune will allow them to safely return to Dezhen. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Miao, fortune? Miao asked in a strange voice. You took the exploding beast. You also schemed against Wu Jiong. Mou, she asked in a strange voice. She can't be the only one who schemed against me. The exploding beast died in the battle. It has nothing to do with me. Hee hee. Yan Chuan laughed. Mou, she smiled and didn't say anything in the end. The battle below was still a mess. Killing was everywhere, sand and stones were flying. There were too many battles. Even the disappearance of the exploding beast did not cause much of a commotion. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Luoyang. Outside Luoyang, the entire void seemed to be shattered. The battle was getting more and more intense. Especially the battle between Wu Jiong and Wu Tian. The two of them rushed into the starry sky. As they fought, many stars were shattered. The battle between the two of them bloomed with billions of rays of light. Wu Tian's robe was in tatters at this moment. Wu Jiong's battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Sage uses the power of heaven and earth. The further you go, the greater the burden on your body. Sage. That's all there is to it. Wu Jiong roared. With a palm strike, a golden light shot towards Wu Tian. Boom! Wu Jiong's right arm, which used the power of heaven and earth, was suddenly distorted. Wu Tian's hair bun was also instantly scattered. He was in a sorry state. No. Wu Tian said in disbelief. Stubborn. This is the result of disobeying me. Wu Jiong attacked wildly again. After another day of fighting, Wu Tian was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. Roar! Wu Tian roared, and the 300 heavenly Daos around him exploded. The heavenly Daos exploded, and a huge impact forced Wu Jiong back more than 100 feet. Wu Tian did not dare to continue fighting. With injuries all over his body, he flew towards his dojo in the southwest direction. Whoosh! Wu Tian fled. Wu Jiong looked coldly at Wu Tian's departure. She did not chase after him. Instead, she looked around. Great Zhou's experts were fighting a group of ancestral immortals. Humph, you dare to come here to die. None of you can leave. Wu Jiong snorted. Wu Tian fled in panic. His hair was disheveled in the sky. Many of his bones were shattered. Crack, 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 crack. Heaven Sage Wu continued to repair his bones. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Tian coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wu Jiong. What a strange Wu Jiong. She didn't even mobilize Great Zhou's power. Cough, cough. Wu Tian said with a hint of fear. Whoosh! Wu Tian's body continued to repair itself as he sped up. As he flew, Wu Tian clenched his fists. Who is it? Who destroyed my dojo? My dojo's merit is getting weaker and weaker. Who is it? What happened in my territory? Heaven Sage Wu was getting more and more anxious, and his speed increased again. Outside the plaza of Wu Tian Hall. The battle was nearing its end. There were still hundreds of saints' disciples struggling bitterly. You demons, you'll be punished by the heavens. The saints' disciples roared. Demons? When you wanted to kill me, you weren't demons anymore. Wu Tian isn't a demon anymore. Yan Chuan said coldly. Kill. Bai Qi roared. Tens of thousands of energy sabers slashed down. The 100 saints' disciples could not stop them. Boom. Along with the skyless palace, everything was instantly shattered. Rumble. The ocean of virtuous clouds in the sky crumbled and dissipated. Although Wu Tian was not dead, all the disciples in the dojo were killed. The dojo was destroyed as well. At this moment, an angry roar came from the sea at the edge of Wu Tian's domain. Roar! Wu Tian turned into a stream of light and rushed into Wu Tian's domain with a furious roar. Wherever he passed, a storm rolled in the void. Soon, Wu Tian arrived at the square of Wu Tian Hall, which was covered in debris. He suddenly stopped. Boom! A strong gust of wind swept across the entire training ground. Countless pieces of debris and corpses were blown into the air. The ground was instantly flattened. The terracotta soldiers, Di Renjia, and the remaining 1,000 ox guards stood behind Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan stood at the front and stared coldly at Wu Tian, who seemed to be in a sorry state. His disciples and grand-disciples are all dead. Wu Tian's heart was filled with monstrous anger. They're all dead. If you want to save them, go to the netherworld and find their souls. Yan Chuan sneered. Yan Chuan! Wu Tian suddenly roared, and a fierce aura rushed toward Yan Chuan. Humph! Yan Chuan snorted coldly with a ferocious expression. With a cold snort, Yan Chuan's aura erupted as well. Just like before, Yan Chuan and the sage's aura collided once again. However, this time around, both of their auras were even more ferocious. Boom! Chapter 1239. Yan Chuan's and Wu Tian's ferocious auras clashed. Boom! Dark clouds suddenly gathered behind Wu Tian, darkening the entire sky. From the dark clouds, one could vaguely see heavenly Tao standing between heaven and earth. There were more than 2,000 heavenly Tao. These were the heavenly Tao of the entire world. Unfortunately, these heavenly Tao were too dim. It was just a trigger, not a control. Only 300 of them were extremely clear. The 300 heavenly Tao stirred up gusts of wind around them, stirring up all the heavenly Tao power in the world. A sage could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Terrifying power spread out, distorting the void behind Wu Tian, causing a large number of void cracks to appear. The cracks flickered like countless giant snakes dancing wildly. This was the domain of a sage. Yan Chuan was also prepared. His eyes turned red, and his blood-red hair fluttered. The ground below was a vast sea of blood. Yan Chuan's Sea of Blood domain. Boom! The Sage domain and Sea of Blood domain clashed once again. Yan Chuan's Sea of Blood seemed to be suppressed. However, Yan Chuan's aura did not decrease. In Wu Tian's eyes, Yan Chuan's aura was becoming more ferocious. Yan Chuan! I underestimated you. Sea of Blood divine power. A third firmament ancestral immortal can actually unleash the power of a seventh firmament ancestral immortal. What a great sea of blood divine power. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. Destroying my sect. None of you can think of leaving here. Heaven Sage Wu said coldly. Yan Chuan revealed a sinister smile. Unfortunately, I don't have the qualifications to establish a heavenly court now. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to slaughter you and establish a heavenly court. Humph. Wu Tian snorted. Are you seriously injured? You can still unleash half of your strength now. Yan Chuan smiled sinisterly. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand, and a huge coffin appeared in his palm. It was the sky-burying coffin. Yan Chuan's eyes were ferocious, without any fear. Just as the two were about to fight. Suddenly, another powerful aura rushed over from the east. Yan Chuan and Wu Tian both paused for a moment as the vast aura swept over them. Boom! In the distance, it was as if a huge fire was coming. The fire covered the sky and covered the earth, instantly occupying a part of the void. The Sea of Fire, the Sea of Blood, and the Saint's domain each occupied an area, contending against each other. There were a total of 11 figures in the sea of fire. The one leading the group was dressed in red robes. He had a ferocious look on his face, and he wore a golden crown on his head. An incredible aura was being emanated from him. The 10 people behind him were all extraordinary individuals. Their auras were emanating from them, as if they possessed the chi of ancestor immortals. As soon as the 11 of them arrived, they glared at Yan Chuan. Not good, is it the Phoenix Emperor? Mo Yushi's expression changed. The sage looked over. Phoenix Emperor. You also came. Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. The Phoenix the Arch looked at Yan Chuan and then looked around. He frowned and said, I am here for my son. Wu Tian, you can't even protect my son. The second prince of the Phoenix clan. When he thought of the second prince of the Phoenix clan, the saint was furious. It was because of him that he had been careless and ended up in such a sorry state. The saints did not answer, but the Phoenix Emperor scanned the surroundings. Your training ground was completely destroyed. The Phoenix Emperor narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, the Phoenix Emperor suddenly looked behind Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's army? Yan Chuan. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes turned cold. Your son was killed by Yan Chuan. Wu Tian said in a deep voice. It's you again. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes were cold. Both of his sons had died at the hands of Yan Chuan. How could the Phoenix Emperor not hate him? Phoenix Emperor. It seems that I have overestimated you. 8th Firmament Ancestor Immortal. Yan Chuan sneered. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes turned cold. However, Wu Tian was suddenly shocked. You are not nervous at all. You are only at the 3rd Firmament of Ancestor Immortal Realm, and you want to fight the two of us together. Wu Tian said with a hint of shock. Come, those who have nothing to do with this, step aside. Yan Chuan waved his hand and said. Bai Qi and the rest were anxious, but they still answered, yes. The Phoenix Emperor's face darkened. Looking at Bai Qi and the rest, as well as Mo Yushi, the Phoenix Emperor sensed the aura of an ancestor immortal from them. Yan Chuan's meaning was obvious. His subordinates should step aside and let Yan Chuan fight the two of them alone. A look of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the Phoenix Empress. However, she did not reject the offer. She already knew about the news of the battle in the Shattered Sun Palace. If not for the intervention of the Western Gate Sage, Yan Chuan would have been able to kill 5 ancestral immortals by himself. Yan Chuan's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, Yan Chuan was courting death. Watch Mo Yushi and the rest. The Phoenix Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. The 10 subordinates answered. Boom. Behind the Phoenix Emperor, in the world of fire, 100 heavenly Daos suddenly shot into the sky. The 100 heavenly Daos slowly revolved around a heavenly Dao in the center. The heavenly Dao in the center was a fiery red heavenly Dao. However, this heavenly Dao was different. There seemed to be a phoenix dancing in it. No wonder. So you have comprehended your own great Dao. However, your great Dao is only in its embryonic form. Yan Chuan said coldly. You know about great Daos too? The Phoenix Emperor said coldly. Comprehending a great Dao means that I no longer have to rely on heaven and earth. Because of my own great Dao, I formed my own heaven and earth. Although my cultivation is not as good as the sages, I have the potential to be comparable to the sages. No wonder. Yan Chuan said coldly. Humph, you're courting death. The sage scolded angrily. The sage was the first to attack. He stretched out his hand and formed a huge white palm print. The palm print was so big that it covered the sky and earth. After the palm print, it even connected to all the heavenly Daos and attacked Yan Chuan with the might of heaven. Wherever the palm print passed, the void collapsed. The terrifying power made Mo Yushi, who was in the distance, panic. She was afraid that something bad would happen to Yan Chuan. At this moment, Yan Chuan revealed a ferocious look. He waved the sky-burying coffin in his hand and was about to attack. Meow. Meow, who was on Yan Chuan's shoulder, suddenly shouted angrily. Meow's fur stood on end. Her eyes were filled with anger as she roared angrily at the huge palm print. With a meow, hundreds of heavenly Daos suddenly appeared in front of Meow. The heavenly Daos rushed towards the huge palm print. Boom! The void shook violently. The palm print collapsed and the heavenly Daos also collapsed. The sage's palm print was blocked. Meow. Mo Yushi, who was in the distance, screamed in shock. Mo Yushi had experienced how terrifying the sage's palm print was. It was a power that suppressed the soul. How could Meow block it? The harmless Meow Meow was actually so terrifying. Yan Chuan looked at his shoulder and was slightly stunned. Phoenix the Arch and Wu Tian stared at Meow, who was on Yan Chuan's shoulder. They were just thinking that Yan Chuan was too arrogant to bring a pet to a battle. But now, both of their mouths were wide open. This was unrealistic. Meow, Yan Chuan, did you see my power? I'll help you suppress this sage. Meow said excitedly. There's no need. Yan Chuan was slightly stunned. But before he could finish, Meow had already jumped out. Whoosh! Meow suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind the sage. Spatial superpower. Teleportation. Wu Tian's expression changed. Meow. 499 heavenly Daos appeared behind Meow Meow. In an instant, Meow's aura exploded. Meow's aura was so strong that it could force the sage to a standstill. Impossible. There are only 4 sages in this world. Why do you have the aura of a sage on you? The sage said in disbelief. He reached out and hit Meow with his palm. Meow's figure flashed and disappeared again. She reappeared to the south of the sage. Boom! The sage's palm hit empty air. Humph! The sage snorted. He waved his hand, and the surrounding void distorted again. In an instant, the void in the sage's territory changed shape continuously. A terrifying pressure pressed toward Meow. Under the sage's control, more than 2,000 heavenly Daos released endless power to target Meow. 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 After a series of meows, Meow's figure kept changing, leaving afterimages of Meow in the surrounding space. Gradually, it seemed like there were hundreds of meows surrounding the sage. Using the power of the heavenly Daos. Meow, I can do it too. Meow suddenly shouted. Rumble. More than 2,000 heavenly Daos suddenly appeared outside of the 2,000 heavenly Daos. However, this was the power of the force of heaven and earth that was activated by Meow. In addition, the sage could only fully control 300 heavenly Daos, but Meow could control 499 heavenly Daos. Meow. Boom. The terrifying force of heaven and earth suppressed the sage. Impossible. How can you be a sage? How can there be a 5th sage? Wu Tian shouted in shock. In the distance, Yan Chuan looked at the battle between the sage and Meow. Meow. She has too little combat experience. She can't do anything to Wu Tian. That's good. Wu Tian was injured by Wu Jiong and only has half of his strength. Meow might not be able to hurt Wu Tian, but she won't be in too much danger. Yan Chuan said with a strange tone. Then, Yan Chuan looked at the Phoenix the Arch. Phoenix the Arch. Let me see how powerful your great Tao is. Yan Chuan sneered, and the sky-burying coffin in his hand suddenly enlarged 10,000 times. Under Yan Chuan's control, it descended from the sky and suppressed the Phoenix Thearcha's fire sea world. The Phoenix Thearcha's eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand, and a fiery red chain rushed towards the sky-burying coffin. Boom! The chain and the coffin collided, and a huge hole appeared in the void where they collided. Yan Chuan didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed towards the phoenix the arch. Countless stars revolved around his palms. Universe in the palm. Inferno! The phoenix the arch roared, and millions of fiery red chains flew out and rushed towards Yan Chuan. Boom! Yan Chuan and the phoenix the arch started their battle. Wuxian weave, in a mountainous area near the sea. Gong Yangxian led close to 100 experts from the Gong family and stood on a mountain. A man in white stood in front of him. It was the sage, Shiman. Shiman sage, I'll have to trouble you this time. Yan Chuan is lucky and had no choice but to do this. This person might be the calamity of the Gong family. Wherever he goes, the Gong family can only retreat. This time, I'll have to trouble you. The family head has already agreed. As long as Yan Chuan dies, he will agree to your request. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. Shiman sage turned to look at the Wu Tian weave in the distance. The sky was dark in the distance. Although he couldn't see what was going on, he could roughly tell that a huge battle had occurred. As long as Yan Chuan dies? Shiman sage asked in a low voice. Yes. Gong Yangxian's eyes flashed coldly. Good. Just you wait. Shiman sage nodded. As he spoke, Shiman sage shot towards the Wu Tian weave and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Shiman sage left, the Gong family disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1240. After Shiman sage left, the disciples of the Gong Yang family heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a ray of light shot over from afar. Gong Yang Ben Lei, how is it? Gong Yang Xian smiled. Gong Yang Ben Lei said excitedly, it's over. Yan Chuan is dead for sure. Oh. The disciples of the Gong Yang family looked at Gong Yang Ben Lei excitedly. As long as they heard bad news about Yan Chuan, it would be good news for them. What's wrong? Gong Yang Xian asked. Old ancestor, did you know? Yan Chuan is extremely daring. He brought an army and destroyed the entire sage sect. Not a single person was left alive. The foundation of the sage was destroyed. His disciples and descendants were all killed. Gong Yang Ben Lei sighed. He is too lawless. Gong Yang Xian said, but his eyes were filled with laughter. That's right. When I was on my way back, I saw Sage Wu Tian coming back in exasperation. Gong Yang Ben Lei said excitedly. What a huge grudge. Sage Wu Tian will definitely fight to the death with him. Someone shouted. Haha. Didn't we see Phoenix Emperor rushing over aggressively not long ago? That's right. Yan Chuan killed 2 crown princes of the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, Phoenix Emperor also promised us. Yan Chuan is going to fight against Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix Emperor. Gong Yang Xian's eyes lit up. No. Old ancestor, did you forget about Shiman Sage who promised us? Another person said. Phoenix Emperor is someone who has comprehended the great Tao. His strength is not far from that of a sage. Is this equivalent to Yan Chuan fighting against 3 sages? Gong Yang Xian's breathing quickened. If he doesn't die, then it's too unreasonable. Gong Yang Ben Lei said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed excitedly. No matter what, we still need to be careful. Logically speaking, if Yan Chuan is our karmic calamity, he can restrain us. If we specifically target him, it will be like throwing an egg at a rock. We will also be devoured by Yan Chuan. Gong Yangxian said with a solemn expression. Old ancestor, you worry too much. We are different. We are all borrowing someone else's knife to kill. We did not do it ourselves. Our strength is equivalent to 3 saints. How can it be like striking a stone with an egg? Relax, Yan Chuan is dead for sure. Gong Yang Ben Lei said excitedly. And, let's hope so. Be careful. Since you want to stay out of this, then stay out of it completely. Don't get involved in anything that happens in Wu Tian Weave. We don't want to get involved again. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. Old ancestor, you're very considerate. Indeed, we need to stay out of this. Everyone nodded. Just as everyone was coming to a consensus. Gong Yangxian suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, someone's coming. Oh. Everyone's expression changed. Gong Yangxian stretched out his hand and took out 108 small flags. He then tossed them in all directions. Boom! The surroundings quickly formed a large formation. Under the formation, the mountain that everyone was on disappeared. Everyone disappeared as well. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small lake. This was clearly an illusion formation. It allowed people outside to see an illusion and cover their tracks. Everyone waited for a while. Then, 3 figures flew over from the distance. Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Shu, and Ma Wang. Among the 3, Ma Wang was carrying a coffin. Not far away, within the illusion formation, Gong Yang Ben Lei's expression changed. Heaven-burying coffin? It can't be Yan Chuan's, right? Everyone's expression sank. Don't move. Gong Yangxian shook his head and told everyone not to move. Not far away, the 3 gradually flew over. Ma Wang, open it and see what's in it. Dongfang Zhengpai said. This isn't too good, right? What if the saints find out? Ma Wang said worriedly. It's fine. He didn't say that we can't see it. Furthermore, I am the head of the External Affairs Department. Yan Chuan said that he won't care about me. Don't worry. Dongfang Zhengpai said. That's right. Old Ma, Big Brother said so. What are you afraid of? Just take a look, and after that, immediately close it again. 9th rat instigated from the side. Old Ma was still worried. My position is the highest. Listen to me. Just take a look. Who's buried in the coffin? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shouted. All right. Old Ma sighed. I've wanted to see it for a long time. Ren Shu said excitedly. Hee hee, me too. Dongfang Zhengpai rubbed his hands and laughed. Bang! The heaven-burying coffin was placed on the ground. Within the illusion formation, the group of Gong Yang family disciples were filled with curiosity. Indeed, it's Yan Chuan's heaven-burying coffin. Gong Yang Ben Lei said. Don't move. Let's take a closer look. Gong Yangxian said. Okay. Everyone quietly flew closer to him. Because of the illusion formation, Dongfang Zhengpai and the others did not notice Gong Yangxian and the others. Close to 100 people slowly surrounded the heaven-burying coffin. Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Shu, and Ma Wang were all focused on the heaven-burying coffin. With excitement, Dongfang Zhengpai gently opened the coffin lid. The moment the coffin lid was opened, everyone saw an extremely disgusting monster. The inside of the coffin was like a huge void. When the monster saw the exit from the depths of the void, it immediately shot out excitedly. Ha 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 ha, no matter who it is, if you dare to lock me up, you're courting death. An angry roar sounded from within the coffin. Whoosh! The exploding beast instantly flew out. Not good, the exploding beast. Gong Yangxian's face changed. However, this instant was too fast and too close. The exploding beast was filled with boundless anger. The moment it came out, it immediately chose to take revenge. Self-destruct. Boom! The surrounding void exploded. The ground, mountains and rivers were shattered into countless pieces. The self-destruction of the exploding beast was extremely powerful. In front of the explosion, the illusion formation was simply nothing. The Gongyang family disciples who were close to the explosion were instantly annihilated. No! The Gongyang family disciples shouted in fear. Instantly, almost all of them were annihilated. Under the huge explosion and being so close, they were completely unprepared. Instantly, flesh and blood flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, almost all of them were annihilated. The instant the exploding beast exploded, the burying heaven copper coffin seemed to have sensed something and instantly covered Dong Fang Jingpai, Ren Shu, and Ma Wang. The three of them were covered by the burying heaven copper coffin and were fine. In the dark burying heaven copper coffin, a voice suddenly sounded, Dong Fang Jingpai, Ren Shu, Ma Wang, this coffin cannot be opened easily. Sage King's voice. Ren Shu quivered. Ah, ha ha ha, careless, careless. Dong Fang Zhengpai immediately acted dumb. In the dark environment, Yan Chuan's voice could no longer be heard. Instead, a huge force spat the three of them out again. Whoosh! When the three of them flew out of the burying heaven copper coffin, the surrounding wind blew and the void shook. The exploding beast exploded into pieces. After taking revenge, it slowly gathered back into a ball and returned to its original form. Huff! The burying heaven copper coffin took advantage of this gap and instantly covered the exploding beast again. Quang! The coffin lid closed. No, no! The exploding beast's furious roar came from the coffin. However, it was too late. After entering the dark void again, even if it exploded, it would be useless. Quang! The burying heaven copper coffin once again landed in front of Dong Fang Zhengpai and the others. The three of them did not know that there were people around just now and thought that it was just the three of them. I told you not to open it. Ma Wang grumbled. So what if I open it? Ma Wang, carry it on your back. We will continue on our way. Dong Fang Zhengpai acted as if nothing had happened just now. Ma Wang could only carry the burying heaven copper coffin and continue east with the other two. Around them was a pile of ruins. At the edge of a pile of ruins, ancestor Immortal Gong Yangxian had one arm and one leg blown off. Beside him was another person who was still alive. It was Gong Yangben Lei. Gong Yangben Lei was in an even worse state. Both of his legs were blown off. Both of their injuries were extremely tragic. They were extremely weak. Old ancestor, we are still alive. The others are all dead. Gong Yangben Lei said bitterly. Gong Yangxian's mind was also in a mess. Calamity, calamity, it really is calamity. The group of Gong Yangxian had already hidden far away. However, they were still unable to escape. This calamity was too terrifying. Why was the Gong Yangxian so unlucky? Gong Yangxian's hand trembled. He grabbed a broken leg on the ground and used his magic power to reconnect it. Old ancestor, that leg is mine. Yours is gone. Gong Yangben Lei wanted to cry but had no tears. The two of them were extremely weak. They supported each other and sat up. They looked around. Originally, there was a group of experts following them. In front of them, there were only the two of them. Old ancestor, aren't we too pitiful? Gong Yangben Lei said bitterly, Yan Chuan and Phoenix Thearka's battlefield. Yan Chuan's battle was fierce and domineering. However, in terms of strength, he was still lacking compared to Phoenix the Arch. The sea of blood and the sea of fire collided. The sky-burying coffin's suppressive power was huge, and Phoenix Thearka's endless chains were also extremely fierce. His strength was not as strong as Phoenix the Arch. After every collision, Yan Chuan was pushed back more than 100 feet. Phoenix the Arch fought bravely, but Yan Chuan fought more fiercely. It was as if he was fighting with all his might. Rumble. The void shattered. This battlefield was already extremely chaotic. However, for a time, no one could do anything to each other. Only Yan Chuan was suppressed. The more Phoenix the Arch fought, the more anxious he became. On the other side, Miao was fighting Wu Tian. Although Miao was strong, her combat skills were lacking. For a time, she could only stall Sage. After fighting for a while, Sage Wu Tian found the trick. He turned to look at Phoenix the Arch and Yan Chuan in the distance. Yan Chuan. He is too strong. He must die. Wu Tian's face was gloomy. Despicable cat, take this. Sage Wu Tian shouted. In the distance, Miao was on standby. Immediately, 499 heavenly Tao appeared. Sage Wu Tian's palm struck, but it suddenly changed direction in midair. It was heading toward Yan Chuan's Sea of Blood. Phoenix the Arch, suppress him. I want to shatter this Sea of Blood as well. Wu Tian shouted. Miao. Miao screamed. She knew she had been tricked. She furiously clawed at Wu Tian with the power of heaven and earth. However, Wu Tian only stared at the Sea of Blood. Above the Sea of Blood, Phoenix Thearka's palm was suppressing Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan relied on the power of the Sea of Blood to hold on bitterly. At this moment, Sage Wu Tian shouted. Phoenix Thearka's face lit up. No. Mou, she screamed in the distance. However, Sage Wu Tian's palm was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it struck the Sea of Blood with the power of heaven and earth. Die. Phoenix the Arch was also excited. Hong. Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix the Arch activated their strongest attack at the same time. Yan Chuan's palm print shattered. His entire body was thrown into the Sea of Blood. The Sea of Blood exploded. The terrifying power caused everyone to tremble in fear. Boom! Miao's claw landed on Sage Wu Tian's body. Pfft! Sage Wu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, Sage Wu Tian was more concerned about the Sea of Blood. Under the terrifying power, was Yan Chuan completely dead? Miao panicked. Phoenix the Arch, Mou Shi, Bai Qi, Yin Hentian, and Di Renjia all stared at the Sea of Blood. Under the palm, the void shattered. More than half of the Sea of Blood evaporated. The Sea of Blood that was originally bright red had now turned dark red. On the ground, there was only a pool of blood left. He was flattened. Di Renjia raised his eyebrows. Dead? Phoenix the Arch was also looking forward to it. Yan Chuan. Mou, she cried out. Sage Wu Tian stared at the Sea of Blood. The entire battlefield fell silent. Yan Chuan was dead. Was he dead? That was an attack from Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix the Arch. He attacked the Sea of Blood with all his might. Everyone was looking forward to it. Suddenly, the pool of blood trembled. Boom! The pool of blood let out a series of muffled sounds. A powerful aura was emitted from the pool of blood. He's not dead. Phoenix Thearka's expression changed. At this moment, the pool of blood suddenly exploded in all directions. Boom! As though there was a huge explosion in the void, the Sea of Blood that had disappeared reappeared. At this moment, the Sea of Blood seemed to have doubled in size. In the center of the Sea of Blood, a blood region suddenly rose. As it rose, it lifted up a man in a blood-red robe. The man's long hair danced in the wind. He revealed an excited and sinister smile. Like a peerless demon, he stood arrogantly at the peak of the Sea of Blood. Yan Chuan, he's really not dead. Phoenix Thearka's face was filled with shock. Miao. Miao revealed an excited expression. In the distance, She stopped crying. She smiled happily. Long live the Sage King! Long live the Sage King! Hentian and the rest shouted excitedly. Sage Wuxian was the only one who seemed to be frozen in midair. He vomited blood after being hit by Miao. His hand that was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth suddenly froze. Fourth Heaven Ancestor Immortal! Sage Wuxian suddenly exclaimed. He was still at the third Heaven Ancestor Immortal realm just now. Not only is he not injured, he even broke through. Fourth Heaven Ancestor Immortal Realm. Sage Wuxian pointed at Yan Chuan and shouted in disbelief. What? Phoenix the Arch was shocked. He's stronger. Yan Chuan is stronger. Sage Wuxian exclaimed. He thought that he could easily kill Yan Chuan. However, not only did he fail to kill Yan Chuan with the help of Phoenix the Arch, he even broke through. The miraculous use of the Sea of Blood was the fourth form of the super mystique, absorbing the power of the attack. The full-powered attack of Sage Wuxian and Phoenix the Arch earlier was extremely powerful. Yan Chuan naturally used it to break through. However, it might not be enough for him to break through again. After all, he had already reached his limit. With a sinister expression, Yan Chuan laughed and charged at Phoenix the Arch again. Chapter 1241. The fourth stage ancestral immortal Yan Chuan charged straight at the Phoenix Emperor. Miao! You scoundrel sage! How dare you lie to me? My claws! Miao was instantly enraged. Boom! Boom! Two cat claws carrying the power of heaven and earth tore through the void toward Sage Wuxian. Wuxian was already injured. In order to get rid of Yan Chuan, he even took a claw from Miao. The power of that claw made Wuxian even more injured. Miao was even more furious at this moment, and her attacks were even more powerful. Wuxian felt miserable. Damn cat, scram! Boom! The sage and Miao fought again. The original battle resumed. Yan Chuan's strength had increased tremendously. At this moment, in terms of strength, he was not much weaker than the Phoenix Emperor. However, the Phoenix Emperor had the Great Tao, and the power of the Great Tao still had the upper hand. At this moment, however, Yan Chuan was no longer suppressed. Rumble! The battle between the four experts shook the void, and strong winds blew. For a moment, the battle was evenly matched. Mou Shi, Hentian, Meng Yi, Bai Qi, and the others all looked worried. The 10 experts of the Phoenix clan also looked anxious. At this moment, some experts gradually appeared in the surroundings. The experts in the surroundings watched from afar, and their eyes were filled with shock. A battle between sages? And the Phoenix Emperor and Yan Chuan? Countless cultivators looked at the battlefield in shock. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The Shaman Sage. The Shaman Sage stood extremely high in the sky. Unless one looked carefully, the cultivators below would not notice him at all. The Shaman Sage had been here for a while. He was invited by Gong Yangxian to kill Yan Chuan. He stood in the void and watched the battle between Sage Wuxian and Miao. What a strange cat. Wuxian is the strongest among the four of us. This cat can also mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The Shaman Sage said in a deep voice. Why can it? Yan Chuan's pet. I think it's called Miao. The Shaman Sage analyzed. You actually know spatial divine ability? Spatial divine ability? It had been a long time since someone had used it. It's been a long, long time. Last time, that's not right. The Western Gate Sage was shocked. A pair of saint's eyes were suddenly exposed. A look of shock flashed across the Shaman Sage's eyes. Freely manipulating the power of heaven and earth? Other than the saints, there's another person. That person is heaven. That dead heaven. The Western Gate Saint clenched his fists tightly as shock flashed across his eyes. Heaven is mysterious. Isn't heaven dead? The mysteries of the heavens. It seemed like she was most proficient in spatial divine arts. Mystical. Meow. Meow meow. Hiss. The Shaman sage suddenly sucked in a cold breath. The Shaman sage suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. There was a great shock growing in his heart. Meow. Was he the mysterious reincarnation of the heavens? Impossible, Xuan Miao had already died back then. I was there when he was placed in the heaven-burying copper coffin. But in the end, his corpse disappeared. Disappeared? The heaven-burying copper coffin? The Shaman sage was even more shocked. For a moment, the Shaman sage was silent. After being shocked for a while, he seemed to be trying to muster up his courage. It doesn't matter if he is the reincarnation of heaven or not. No, even if he is, so what? Xuan Miao can only be considered as an expert of the fourth epoch, the weakest epoch. So what if he is heaven? The most important thing is still my own strength. Only with Yan Chuan's death would I be able to obtain the item from the Gongyang clan. I have to take another step forward. Only by becoming stronger would I be able to become the next firmament. The Shaman sage's expression turned heavy. Heaven is already dead. Even if Miao is the reincarnation of Xuan Miao, she is no longer heaven. As long as Yan Chuan dies. The Shaman sage clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Heaven Wu Sage and Emperor Phoenix attacked Yan Chuan at the same time. Boom! Even though they were far away in the void, they could still feel the vastness of that attack. Yan Chuan is dead. The Shaman sage was surprised. Dead? You actually made Emperor Phoenix and Heaven Wu Sage attack at the same time. You didn't die in vain. No, you didn't die. The Shaman sage was shocked. His cultivation actually broke through a level. How can this be? How can Yan Chuan be so monstrous? The Shaman sage was shocked. The Shaman sage looked at Miao and then at Yan Chuan. He was shocked. The scene in front of him had already exceeded his expectations. Join the battle? Or not? Looking at Yan Chuan, the Shaman sage was bewildered. Should he help Emperor Phoenix? If he went down, Yan Chuan would definitely die, right? As he thought about it, a trace of killing intent appeared in the Shaman sage's eyes. Suddenly, the Shaman sage's hair stood on end. The feeling of being stared at by death instantly spread throughout his body. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. This is... The Shaman sage narrowed his eyes. This was not an illusion. At his current level, there was no such thing as an illusion. Someone is lying in ambush? The Shaman sage quickly looked around. However, he was high up in the sky. There was nothing around him. How could anyone hide? The Shaman sage suddenly raised his head and looked up. He looked up into the starry sky. The starry sky was not a flat surface. It occupied a large three-dimensional space. The closest to the ground was the shallow star layer. The stars here were very small. They were also very weak. Sometimes, there would be meteorites falling from the shallow star layer. Deeper in, there were some large stars, such as Crepe Myrtle, Big Dipper, and so on. In the shallow star layer not far away from the Shaman sage. At this moment, a figure was standing on a star that wasn't too big. The figure stood on the round star and was extremely hidden. At this moment, he was staring coldly at the Shaman sage. His eyes were filled with a domineering threat. Yan Chuan. The Shaman sage exclaimed. The figure that was giving him a threatening look was actually Yan Chuan. He was wearing a black dragon robe and had a cold expression. He was standing calmly on the star. The Shaman sage could not help but look down. Below, there was another Yen Chuan. He was fighting against Emperor Foam with the Blood Sea. 2 Yen Chuan. One above and one below. No, the Yen Chuan below was fighting and breaking through, while the Yen Chuan above was hiding in the dark, in case something unexpected happened. At the same time, he could sneak up on all the experts. Zombie Yen Chuan from the Netherworld. The Shaman Sage suddenly remembered. The Shaman Sage had paid attention to the news from the Netherworld. He knew that there was another Yen Chuan in the Netherworld. Yen Chuan's avatar. For some reason, the Shaman Sage felt that the zombie Yen Chuan was more threatening to him. However, everything was not over yet. The Shaman Sage soon saw a black-robed figure on another star. No, it was the zombie Yen Chuan. There were thousands of small stars around him. On each star, there was a black-robed figure. They were all wearing loose black robes. The battle below caused the space to tremble a little, causing a slight breeze to blow past. The clothes of the thousands of black-robed experts swayed slightly. Their faces were covered by black robes, making it impossible to see them clearly. However, the thousands of calm figures gave the Shaman Sage even more pressure. The zombie Yen Chuan was standing in the sky with thousands of black-robed experts. The Shaman Sage was sure that if he had sneak attacked the Yen Chuan below, the zombie Yen Chuan and the group of black-robed experts would have sneak attacked him from behind. Looking at the zombie Yen Chuan, the Shaman Sage could see that he was only at the second heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. However, this cultivation level made it difficult for the Shaman Sage to take a step forward. Mysterious Yen Chuan. Zombie Yen Chuan. Thousands of black-robed experts. The determination in the Shaman Sage's eyes gradually disappeared. What others did not know was that the Shaman Sage actually revealed a bitter smile. On the star, the zombie Yen Chuan said coldly, "Shaman Sage, this is not something you can get involved in. Go back to where you came from. Don't provoke me." If it was in the past, the Shaman Sage would definitely think that the zombie Yen Chuan was arrogant. However, the Yen Chuan below had already shown his ferocious side. There was an even more unfathomable Yen Chuan in front of him. The Shaman Sage said in a deep voice, "Yen Di, what a good plan." The Shaman Sage became polite. "It's best that you don't interfere. Also, leave immediately." The zombie Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. "Clear the area." The Shaman Sage's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. He had already hinted that he would not participate. Why was the zombie still forcing him? "Leave Wu Tian Weave immediately. Otherwise, your life will be in danger if I'm willing to wait." The zombie Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. "What? Are you threatening me?" The Shaman Sage said coldly. "Your life is not in danger from me." The zombie Yen Chuan said in a deep voice again. "Not in danger from the zombie Yen Chuan." The Shaman Sage's pupils suddenly shrank. Suddenly, the Shaman Sage felt that this muddy water was really too muddy. It was so murky that he couldn't see it clearly even though he was in it. There was still danger. The Shaman Sage stared at the zombie Yen Chuan. He saw a sense of indifference in the zombie Yen Chuan's eyes. He then looked at the thousands of black-robed guests around him. The Shaman Sage took a deep breath and finally nodded. The Shaman Sage turned around and stepped back, instantly disappearing without a trace. The zombie Yen Chuan watched the Shaman Sage leave. After a while, he once again looked at the battlefield below. The Shaman Sage returned the way he came, his heart filled with unwillingness. However, he had to give up on this muddy water. He had to go back and give the Gongyang family an explanation. Soon, the Shaman Sage returned to the place where he had talked with Gongyang Xian not long ago. "Why is it in ruins?" The Shaman Sage's expression suddenly changed. He looked around and found many corpse fragments in the blink of an eye. Gongyang Xian and the others were also killed. The Shaman Sage was more and more shocked. The trace of unwillingness he felt earlier immediately dissipated. The water in Wutian Weave was indeed muddy to a terrifying extent. Gonyang Xian and the others were hiding so far away, but they were still killed. Whoosh! With a hint of nervousness, the Shiman sage quickly flew out of Wutian Weave. He flew above the sea and stood on an island before stopping. He looked at the Wutian Weave with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Although he could not participate, the Shiman sage still wanted to see the final result. Chapter 1242. Screech. Phoenix the Arch transformed into a 50,000 feet tall phoenix. As she spread her wings, a sea of fire covered the sky. In the sea of fire, countless small phoenixes formed from fire energy flew around. The small phoenix charged at the blood god. The fire wanted to evaporate the sea of blood, but the sea of blood was endless. Behind Phoenix the Arch, 100 heavenly Tao continuously transmitted power to the fiery red Great Tao. For a moment, the Great Path shot out millions of fiery red chains, sweeping towards Yan Chuan. Clang! The sky-burying coffin knocked back the chains again and again. The two experts were locked in a fierce battle. Yan Chuan's strength had increased exponentially. At that moment, Phoenix the Arch had used all her strength, but she still couldn't do anything to Yan Chuan. Her eyes became more and more anxious. "Sage, help me one more time." The Phoenix Emperor cried out. In the distance, Sage was seriously injured, but Miao was becoming more and more skilled at fighting. Sage was also in a sorry state. "If I wasn't seriously injured by Wu Jiong, you wouldn't be able to do anything to me." Sage roared. Miao. Miao ignored him. Her cat claws seemed to have gone crazy as she quickly sent out claw strikes with the power of heaven and earth. Sage hesitated when he heard Phoenix Thearka's voice. "Sage, we'll decide the winner in one go. The heavenly Tao I can use is limited. If you inject the power of heaven and earth into my great Tao can instantly crush the sea of blood." Phoenix the Arch shouted as she fought. Sage hesitated for a moment before saying firmly, "All right." Whoosh! Sage's figure quickly shot towards Phoenix the Arch. "Where do you think you're going?" Miao. Miao instantly teleported closer. "Power of heaven and earth, follow my command." Sage waved his hand, and more than 2,000 heavenly Tao power surged into Phoenix Thearka's great Tao. Suddenly, a huge white roulette appeared on his back. The wheel spun and blocked Miao. Wu Tian's intrinsic treasure, the skyless wheel. Di Renjie raised his brows. Miao. Rumble. Miao's powerful strength collided with the skyless wheel. Pft. The sage spat out another mouthful of blood as his body trembled violently. Cracks even appeared on the heavenless wheel. However, the sage would rather be injured than let go of the opportunity to kill Yan Chuan. Roar! As the sage roared, endless power of heaven and earth surged into the Phoenix Emperor's great Tao. The great path of the Phoenix Emperor instantly turned red. The entire world was dyed red by the light of the great path. It was as if the world had turned into a giant furnace. Boom! The great path instantly shot out billions of chains. There were so many chains that they covered the sky and the earth. In an instant, they surrounded the blood sea and bound the entire blood sea. Yan Chuan, who was in the center, was instantly entangled. Everything in the blood sea was wrapped up. For a moment, Yan Chuan was unable to move. In the blink of an eye, he was about to be strangled to death by the endless chains. Stop! In the distance, Mo Shi and the others revealed extremely anxious expressions. The Phoenix Emperor even brought the great Tao closer to the bound Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, you are really difficult to kill. However, you still fell into my hands. Die! Inferno chains! The Phoenix Emperor sneered. You don't have to do it. I will do it myself. Yan Chuan was bound and could not move. However, he sneered. The Phoenix Emperor raised his eyebrows. In the distance, the sage's expression suddenly changed. Meow. Meow saw that Yan Chuan was in danger and attacked the skyless wheel even more violently. Self-destruct. Yan Chuan stared. Self-destruct. The Phoenix Emperor did not react in time. However, at this moment, Yan Chuan's body suddenly expanded. Along with the entire blood sea, it suddenly expanded. Hong. Yan Chuan self-destructed along with the blood sea. At the moment of the explosion, the Phoenix Emperor's eyes widened. He roared, "No, how can you be so unyielding?" The Phoenix Emperor thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect Yan Chuan to self-destruct. This? Even if he did not want to live, he could not do this. If he was killed, he could reincarnate. However, the self-destruct in front of him was self-destructing along with his godly soul. Was it completely blown up? Why did he choose to self-destruct? In the sky, Meow pounced with its claws and destroyed the skyless wheel. Pfft. The sage staggered. His face was pale as he vomited blood again. However, Meow and the sage stopped fighting. Instead, they looked at the center of the explosion in shock. Yan Chuan self-destructed. Meow. Meow roared in horror. The sage continued to vomit blood and his eyes were filled with confusion. Why did Yan Chuan, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, choose such a heroic method? Self-destruct. Yan Chuan. In the distance, Mo Yushi cried and wanted to pounce over. Sage King. Yin Hentian, Bai Qi, and Meng Yi shouted in horror. Only Di Renjie was shocked. How could this be? Self-destruct. Why did Yan Chuan self-destruct? Yan Chuan self-destructed along with the blood sea. The power was extremely powerful and terrifying. The countless chains that surrounded the blood sea broke into millions of pieces. The Phoenix the Arch, who was closest to the explosion, was the first to bear the brunt. Ah! The Phoenix the Arch screamed in agony. Countless phoenix feathers exploded all over his body. The Phoenix the Arch was severely injured and flew backward. The Phoenix Thearcha's great Tao shook violently. Then, it turned into a ray of golden light and entered the Phoenix Thearcha's body. A huge black hole appeared in the void. In the black hole, countless energies were destroyed. Also, there were billions of pieces of Yan Chuan. Bam! The Phoenix the Arch fell to the ground. His body was charred black. He was also vomiting blood from the explosion. Pfft. Pfft. Yan Chuan self-destructed. Bastard. That's good. Although I am injured and cannot move, Yan Chuan is still dead. This demon. If he was still alive, would it be a disaster for the Phoenix race? Pfft, he is still dead. Ha 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 ha. The Phoenix the Arch said excitedly as he vomited blood. However, while everyone was exclaiming, Yan Chuan's pieces in the black hole did not disappear. Instead, they started moving. They quickly gathered in one place and gradually became one. What? Pfft. The Phoenix the Arch said in shock as he vomited blood. Pfft. The sage was also vomiting blood at this moment. His eyes were wide open. He saw that Yan Chuan's pieces of flesh were emitting white halos. The halos flashed, and the pieces of flesh fused into one. Gradually, a human figure was formed. Whoosh! The pieces of flesh returned to their original state and returned to Yan Chuan's appearance. The black hole gradually shrank until it disappeared. At that place, Yan Chuan twisted his neck as if he was stretching his muscles. Yan Chuan! The sage shouted in shock. Yan Chuan returned to his original state. Did he self-destruct and return to his original state? No. Phoenix Emperor roared, his eyes filled with despair. Meow. Meow shouted excitedly. Whoosh. Mo Yushi rushed forward. You are fine. You are fine. Mo Yushi hugged Yan Chuan and cried. Long live the Sage King. The great Zhou dynasty's officials cheered. Di Renjie opened his mouth in shock. After a while, he reacted. This is the explosive beast's ability. Unlimited self-destruction and unlimited restoration. Yan Chuan actually refined the explosive beast's ability. The explosive beast's ability can be refined? Di Renjie exclaimed. In the distance, the surrounding cultivators who were secretly watching were already stunned. How could he be fine after self-destruction? This Yan Chuan was too monstrous. Go! The severely injured Phoenix the Arch roared. The 10 Phoenix Thearchs quickly escaped. Trying to leave. Yan Chuan sneered. He let go of Mo Yushi and stepped forward. Instantly, he appeared in front of the severely injured Phoenix the Arch. Boom! His palm landed on the Phoenix Thearch's head. In the sky, the sage vomited blood and panicked. Yan Chuan's hidden means were too terrifying. The sage was sure that if he stayed, he would definitely die. Roar! The sage reached out his hand. Boom! The surrounding yin qi suddenly surged. Where are you going? Meow shouted angrily. The sage instantly rushed towards the ground. The ground became transparent again. Boom! The sage hurriedly entered the underworld. Meow, trying to escape. Meow rushed over anxiously. Meow! Yan Chuan shouted from afar. Meow paused. Don't chase. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Meow was slightly stunned. With a hint of unwillingness, he snorted. Humph. Meow turned and flew towards Yan Chuan. Meow, why aren't you chasing? Meow was puzzled. The Western continent is a netherworld separated by yin and yang. The Western continent is also a heavenly court and is even more powerful than the great Zhou dynasty. If you go, you might be in danger. Yan Chuan said. However, he was more concerned about the Phoenix the Arch. The rolling sea of blood wrapped around the Phoenix the Arch. It immediately restrained the severely injured Phoenix the Arch. Yan Chuan, what are you trying to do? The Phoenix the Arch asked anxiously. Humph. Yan Chuan snorted. Yan Di. Di Renjie suddenly shouted from afar. He instantly appeared in front of Yan Di. Yan Di, please hand the Phoenix the Arch over to the great Zhou dynasty. The Heavenly Emperor will train the Phoenix the Arch and take charge of the Phoenix clan. Then, Princess Yushi's karma with the great Zhou dynasty will be completely cut off by you. She will no longer be related to the great Zhou dynasty. Di Renjie said excitedly. What? Wu Jiong plotted against me. Just to enslave me. To control the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix the Arch exclaimed. Di Renjie looked on coldly. The 10 phoenixes in the distance wanted to come over. However, the Phoenix the Arch immediately shouted, quickly go back and inform the Phoenix clan that I will pass the title of Crown Prince to them. Phoenix the Arch. The Phoenix clan members exclaimed. Quickly. The Phoenix the Arch roared. Thank you, Yan Di. Di Renjie said excitedly. However, Yan Chuan said coldly, help. Who said I'm helping you? Hand the Phoenix the Arch over to you. Are you joking? Ha! Di Renjie was stunned. Humph, the Phoenix Emperor wants to kill me. I will not rest until he is dead. I want him dead. Yan Chuan's eyes were filled with malevolence. Ah! Yan Di, you can't. Di Renjie exclaimed. Ha! Yan Chuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. No one can save the person I want to kill. Do you want to be my enemy? Yan Chuan said coldly. Ah. Di Renjie suddenly realized something. At this moment, Bai Qi, Meng Yi, and the other terracotta soldiers were all looking at Di Renjie and the small number of 1,000 bull guards with cold expressions. As long as Yan Chuan gave the order, they would all be killed. No, Yan Chuan, you can't kill me. The Phoenix the Arch exclaimed. You have a reason to die. Yan Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, he reached out and stabbed the huge Phoenix Thearch's back. Boom! A huge claw tore through the Phoenix Thearch's body and grabbed the Phoenix Thearch's spine. He exerted force. Boom! The Phoenix Thearch's spine was suddenly pulled out. It was a fiery red spine. On the spine, there seemed to be a reflection of a phoenix. Great Tao. The Phoenix Thearch's Great Tao. Miao widened her eyes. Yan Chuan waved his hand. The sky-burying coffin suddenly flew over. He opened the coffin and placed the huge spine inside. At the same time, in the distant starry sky, zombie Yan Chuan also took out a sky-burying coffin and took out the Phoenix Thearch's spine. The black-robed men looked over. Zombie Yan Chuan ignored them and stared at the Phoenix Thearch's spine. A great Tao that has just taken shape. He, it is indeed the best tonic for me. Zombie Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Roar. Zombie Yan Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and revealed 2 blood-red fangs. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Phoenix Thearch's spine in an instant. Boom! A sea of fire suddenly appeared around zombie Yan Chuan. The sea of fire was so intense that it instantly melted the planet under his feet. Roar! Zombie Yan Chuan roared. Boom! As he roared, zombie Yan Chuan's body suddenly trembled. He waved his hand, and the surrounding flames were instantly extinguished. The fangs disappeared and slowly returned to normal. Third firmament ancestral immortal. This great Tao is barely passable. Zombie Yan Chuan said indifferently. He continued looking down. Below, the Phoenix Thearch's spine was extracted. Her entire body immediately went limp. No, no. The Phoenix the Arch roared. Phoenix the Arch. The 10 Phoenix experts in the distance exclaimed. Quick, let's go back and let the Crown Prince ascend the throne. Quick, quick, quick. This is an order. The Phoenix the Arch roared in grief. Before coming, how could the Phoenix the Arch have imagined that she would have such a tragic day? The great Tao that she had painstakingly comprehended was taken away. Yes. The 10 Phoenix experts in the distance fled in panic. Quick, don't let them escape. Di Renjie exclaimed. Miao. Miao was still angry and wanted to give chase. Yan Chuan looked into the distance and sneered. There's no need to chase. Di Renjie's expression froze, and he could only reveal a hint of bitterness. Wu Jiong schemed against Yan Chuan, and Yan Chuan was also scheming against Wu Jiong. Letting these 10 Phoenix experts go would be causing trouble for the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. He looked at the Phoenix the Arch below him. Yan Chuan reached out and grabbed, and the sea of blood enveloped her. Boom! The sea of blood squeezed and crushed her in the blink of an eye. Bam! The sea of blood dispersed, and the Phoenix Thearch's flesh instantly scattered on the ground. However, the Phoenix the Arch did not have Yan Chuan's ability to recover. Mighty Emperor Yan. Di Renjie had no choice but to lower his head in praise. As for Yan Chuan, he looked at the teary-eyed Mo Yushi and gently wiped her tears. It's all right now. Yan Chuan smiled gently. Mo Yushi nodded. While Yan Chuan was comforting Mo Yushi. Far away in the north, endless golden light shone over. From afar, one could feel a huge aura surging over, as if a magnificent army was sweeping over. Celestial the Arch. The Celestial the Arch is here. Di Renjie's eyes suddenly lit up. The group of 1,000 bull guards also said excitedly, "It's the great Zhou army, it's the Celestial the Arch." Di Renjie did not hesitate and quickly led the group of 1,000 bull guards to welcome him. Yan Chuan's eyes focused as he looked to the north. Wu Zhong. He came at the right time. Yan Chuan revealed a cold smile. Miao jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder and looked into the distance warily. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.